Welcome, one and all, to episode 56 of the Look Out Sir Warhammer 40,000 podcast. A Warhammer 40,000 podcast. I really need to update this patter. Made, produced, developed, delivered by us, the fine people of Look Out Sir, to you, the assortment of individuals known collectively as nerds on the internet. I speak as one of you, amongst you, together, belonging, happy words. Joining me as ever is my good buddy Phil. How's it going, Phil?
Oh, hello. I'm very good, thank you.
Good. I'm very glad to hear it, mate. Very glad indeed. What's the wondrous world of Warhammer 40,000 hobby had in store for you lately?
Well, I've kind of temporarily parked my Minotaurs, and everyone...
Oh my goodness.
Imperium fans will be pleased to know I'm building some Krieg tanks.
Oh, baby, baby. Is this the Krieg tanks that you teased that have gotten much better since the FAQs came into effect?
Yes. Yeah. I mean, I've talked to you about it. I can put my tinfoil hat on and explain to everyone else why I think the Krieg Lehman Russ Mars Alpha pattern tanks.
Oh no, I thought you were talking about the Lord of War ones that got grinding advance on its mortars and its las cannons things, which you talked about last episode.
Well, yeah. So the Malkador tanks have gotten a lot better. Although weirdly, the Malkador, the standard one hasn't, because that's excluded from the grinding advance rule. But the Annihilators got it, and the Defenders got it.
Fancy.
And the Defender's actually a pretty solid choice.
Phil, can I stop you momentarily, because I know how this stuff goes. Joe eventually will crash your audio, thus disturbing the order of the ceremony and not honouring the process.
Introduce him.
Exactly. Let me introduce him, because people will not be expecting Joe to be here on account of the fact he hasn't been for the last 2 episodes. But worry not, fans of the Joe. Despite being totally knackered, he is here with us for the intro, the outro, and a segment where we talk about the launch day event that Games Workshop put on. But he won't be joining us for one of the segments. But nonetheless, it's our best buddy Joe. How's it going, Joe?
Hello, I'm back.
Goes. There it is. How does it feel to be back? Where your career in wargaming began, you might say.
Oh, it's very nice to be back. It's reassuring. It's my comfortable place. I'm safe and warm here.
Almost too warm under the circumstances today.
In the bosom of hobby, as it were.
The bosom. I thought you were going to be talking about my bosoms there.
Yeah. No, as bountiful as they are.
They are indeed mighty. How's things with you, Joe? You all right? You excited to hear about Phil's Malkador tanks?
I'm always excited to hear about Phil's tanks and stories about how his medieval army functions. Yeah, but it's good. It's good to be back. I've had some time away. Obviously, sad story of woe. I am single now, so.
Oh, ladies.
Yeah, so ladies, yeah. Moved house. 9th edition was released, so my job. Foreground and Vanguard Tactics has been super busy, and then yeah. So I've just been flat out, basically doing 12-hour days.
Yeah, man, it's been crazy times, stuff. Right?
Yeah.
Well, let's let Phil get back to the topic of his Malkador, because some of those Krieg and or Guard fans will want to have heard what he has to say on this topic. So,
are you putting heavy flamers on them, Phil? Is that what you're going to tell us?
No, because that's the obvious thing. And we'll be doing that on the Lehman Russ ones, I think, for sure.
So he is doing it?
Yeah.
To an extent, yeah. No, the Malkador...
To an extent, you clearly are.
You're such a power gamer, Phil.
Of course, yeah, for sure. Well, the thing is, a lot of the Lehman Russ tanks still have blast weapons on the turret, so you don't really want to get them stuck in combat.
Mm.
Despite all the talk of, tanks are brilliant now, they can shoot in combat, and it's like, they still can't fall back and shoot, and if you've got a blast weapon, which most of them do, you're a bit stuffed.
You could do desperate breakout.
Same way.
You could do desperate breakout, try and run away.
Yeah,
but you can't shoot after that, can you?
You can't shoot, though, can you? Because your class is falling back.
Mm.
So you're still in the same situation of you can get tagged in combat and you can't shoot your big gun. And if you haven't got sponsons, you've only got one whole weapon. That's not really going to do it to clear them off.
But surely everyone's putting sponsons all over these tanks these days.
Well, you have to now, basically, I think. for sure. Although it does rack up the points, but it's definitely worth it.
So tell us about these Mars pattern alpha tank things you were saying.
Well,
the alpha pattern Wolf Squadron.
Yes.
Yeah, so the standard Lehman Russes at Krieg have a unique special rule instead of having a regimental trait. And in 8th edition, it was utter rubbish, basically. So it was, if you're hit with a strength 4 or less weapon, you get +1 to your save. And normally, no one would ever shoot anti-tank weapon Lehman Russ. I mean, sometimes out of desperation, people might shoot you with bolters and stuff to finish off the odd wound. But it was always pretty rare, and it probably came up in maybe 2 or 3 games in all of 8th edition. It was that useless. But now you could armor Mars Alpha pattern with some sponsons and a Punisher cannon.
What kind of sponsons, Phil?
Well, flamers, obviously.
Oh, I see. Heavy flamers.
Yeah, go for the heavy flamers. I mean, you could do heavy bolters, but why would you when you really want? Because the thing is, you're -1 to shoot your heavy weapons, and a Mars Alpha tank can't be a tank commander, so you'll be hitting on 5s, which is a bit rubbish. So that's why you want to go for the flamers.
And you take them in that special doctrine army where everyone gets to reroll ones to win with flamers, right? And you get to reroll the number of shots.
That's only if you're doing it as a custom regiment.
Oh, Phil and his Krieg.
Yeah. Are you going to do heavy flamer, turret, and hull for all your chimeras as well?
You can't do that either. Because the Storm Chimera has an autocannon turret.
Don't they have
you can
access
obviously
to
give it a flamer on the hull.
Yeah, don't they have access to normal chimeras?
No.
What?
That would be... Well, I mean, I guess you technically could, but then you can't give the Krieg regiment traits. So you'd have to give it another... So you'd have to be this is Katachan in a separate detachment to get the regimental bonus.
So what you're saying is by being old man money bags, is you're actually at a disadvantage because you have to run the weird, janky...
Well, true. But the tanks aren't too bad now because you could actually just throw them at your opponents. So your Mars Alpha tank with a Punisher cannon and some heavy flamers, you'll be like, I'm just going to charge this forwards. And I'm going to deliberately chuck it into some units. And it's most units have strength 3 or strength 4 in combat. So therefore you're now getting a 2-up save on a toughness 8 vehicle. So
what if you're playing against a Space Marine player?
I think you still do quite well against Space Marines, unless they've loaded up to the teeth with Thunder Hammers and Power Fists.
Which they are.
I think let's be honest, Phil. That every Space Marine army in any event you're ever going to see from now on is going to be 3 units of aggressors, 3 units of
eliminators, not eliminators, executioners or whatever it is. Yeah.
The melter guys, and 3 units of blade guard, supported by characters.
Well, you obviously wouldn't do this and charge into the aggressors. I'm talking about a normal squad of infantry that has objectives secured. For
aggressors have become normal infantry now.
The entire Space Marine armies basically have OBSEC now.
That's clearly a mistake in the FAQ.
Okay.
Because everyone knows that. They're not gonna keep that in the game.
When the Codex comes out, they'll probably write it out. But at this moment in time, happy, joy for the Marines, right?
Yeah, they will smash you up, big time.
I think you can't always compare things. How's it going to go against Marines? Because Marines are just so good.
But surely that's exactly what you've got to do when you're thinking about, try hard gaming.
Yeah, how do they do in combat versus Custodes? Because everyone and their dog's playing those at the moment.
It's true, even I'm playing Custodes.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Well, the thing is, Custodes is that new meta. So they won't do well against them because they're strength 5, aren't they?
Toughness 5, strength 5, yeah.
Exactly. So
with a 2-up armor save that can ignore up to -2 modifiers for 1 CP. Yeah!
Yeah, it's pretty mad.
I'm seeing a flaw in your
bonkers.
plan already. I imagine 8 o'clock tomorrow, Phil will walk to his shed in his little loafers with his pipe, take all of those tanks and push them into the bin at the end of his desk.
Exactly. I'll be like, you guys have ruined my dreams.
And get his Minotaurs back out. They'll be like, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
It's a shame, though, I suppose, because obviously Phil was making great gains when it came to building up that Minotaur list of his, but you're basically saying now, Phil, that because of no retreat on the horizon, you just don't feel confident that you can paint to the standard that is desirable your Minotaurs in what is essentially a month now, isn't it?
I think it's 2 months at a push, because it's like, I think it's like 8 weeks, just under 2 months or something. So, because it's like mid-September. So,
you had a long time to do this painting as well, Phil.
I mean, he definitely did.
I know, but I've been basically building the army for a fair bit of time, and then the last few weeks I've been...
It's because you've been customizing every model and giving them, like...
magnets.
Teeth and stuff, and everyone's got to have a specially moulded face and piercings.
Yeah, exactly.
But now we've quashed your dreams.
We haven't quashed his dreams. Nothing.
It's a good idea, Phil. I like it. I like the idea of you running tanks at people, because they won't expect it.
They won't expect it. No one expects
exactly.
tanks.
I think, as a Krieg player, you've got to take every opportunity you can, because you're always milling around the lower to middle tier of army optimization.
Yeah.
Until Games Workshop give you a new book, though, eh?
Is there a way of
any day now?
Sorry, Joe, you were saying?
Is there any way of giving the tanks OBSEC?
Well, you can, yeah. So if you run them in a spearhead, all Lehman Russ tanks gain OBSEC. So it'll cost you some CP to take spearhead, but I think that's a valid way of running them. So
just take nothing but tanks then. If I was you, I would run nothing but 12 to 15 Lehman Russes.
Can you get 15 Lehman Russes into a legal army?
Well, you'd probably...
Because would the Mars pattern ones count as a different data sheet?
You'd get
you
two
can take
command
9
tanks.
in 3 squads of 3 easily, and then you could take different kinds of Lehman Russes, I guess.
Yeah.
Could you get 15 into 2,000 points, though? How many points is a Russ?
I think it's averages out about 180 now, or up to 200 with sponsors, I think.
Let's say 12.
Well, no, let's say 10.
Right, we'll say 10. We'll say 10, and that's perfect. So 1 tank commander and then 3 squads of 3.
Yeah.
No one will be ready for that.
Yeah, although weirdly, Krieg can't take tank commanders anymore because they're not in the FAQ list of units that they can take.
These Krieg, mate, what has happened to them, eh? They have lost their mojo quite severely, haven't they?
Just take a Rough Rider commander or something. But not a commissar, because you can't have those anymore.
No, I know.
Yeah, you can't have those commissars anymore.
Yeah.
But I suppose, obviously, you could just have them as any old Astra Militarum cosplaying as Krieg, though, right?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I guess. You could do that, yeah.
Exactly. It's a solution, potentially.
Hang on, you sound so down about it, Phil. You did it for all of 8th edition.
Well, I know, and then I gave up because I was a bit tired of it.
He wants his Krieg to be good, gosh darn it.
I think I've had a few games with my Space Marines, and they're nice. I don't enjoy them as much as my Krieg, and I think partly it's because I'm playing with a half unpainted army. So I think I actually just need to go, I'm going to keep playing with my Krieg because they're painted, and that's a bit more fun and thematic and a bit more immersive, and then while that's happening, I'll paint up my Minotaurs, and then once they're painted fully, I'll start playing with them.
Beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful. On the topic of playing at events, Joe played at a tournament, didn't you, Joe?
I did. I played the Vanguard Tactics Grand Series.
I mean, can I just ask, Joe, what makes it a Grand Series?
Just the quality, I guess, and it will become grand.
I'm with you. It's an aspirational statement.
Yeah, we're going to be all over the world, you know.
Oh, really?
You won't be able to turn a corner without being smacked in the face by a Grand Series pundit, you know.
Obviously it's cool that you guys managed to get one away. I think that was awesome. I was just baffled by the title Grand Series, as it were.
It's we did think about Grand Prix, but someone's already taken that. So.
Oh, I see.
Like Grand Series gives it a bit of
gravitas.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, that was the thing, because obviously the implication of the terminology Grand Series would imply that you've done more than one so far. But
it's going to be more than one.
I'm with you.
You can't start off being Grand Series halfway through the series, can you? You've got to But the starters, you mean to go on?
I suppose so. But anyway, yeah. So you did this Grand Series thing. Me and Phil didn't feel quite up to it because we're still terrified of the potential outcome of, COVID and so on. But let's not dirty the situation by talking about that whole series of dilemmas. Obviously, Joe, now being a single man, as he said from the outset, lives by himself and doesn't need to bother too many other people than the people who went to that tournament. So he's sitting pretty and can perform at tournaments and so on. So how did it go?
Everyone was well behaved. There was no...
Oh yes, of course. Sorry, that's the messaging, isn't it? Safety first. Everything was good and safe.
Yeah, everyone had masks on. There was no tops off hugging, all that kind of stuff.
No,
no. It was all.
That must have been very difficult for you.
I know. It's every second I had to fight my primitive urge of having to just declothe and run around naked.
It's fair enough, buddy. It's fair enough.
But
tell us how it went, though, Joe. We want to hear about how you got on.
So I came ninth out of 30, but with 4 wins and 2 losses.
It's a pretty good scorecard.
Pretty good.
Yeah.
And there were some heavy hitters in there as well. There was a room full of killers, as they say.
Well, indeed.
Yeah. And it was tough going. I took my Drakari in the new special detachment, which I can never remember the name of it, so I just call it the Real Space Raiders.
Ah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
I think that is actually what it's called, though, isn't it? Or is it Real Space Raiding Party or something?
It's something raiding party, raiding patrol,
yeah.
raiding raiders, fridge raiders.
Fridge raiders, yeah.
So I took the triple patrol. I had a Blackheart patrol with an Archon and 1 unit of Cabalite warriors.
Fancy.
I had 2 units of 5 Incubi.
Also fancy.
Just bare bones venom. It was all very fun. Then the next patrol was Prophets of Flesh. I had Drazar leading that.
He's a very famous Prophet of Flesh character, isn't he?
He is a very famous one, but he can go in any detachment, so it made my life a little bit easier. Then a unit of Rax, and then 2 units of 3 Talos with haywire guns and double macro scalpels. And then in the third detachment, or patrol detachment, I had Prophets of Flesh again, a homunculus with the Vexator mask, another unit of 5 Rax, another unit of 3 Talos with haywire and macro scalpels, and then a single Kronos, and that was it.
I mean, certainly...
and then a third unit of Incubi as well.
Did it feel weird running a Drakari list that didn't have any, Void Raven bombers or Raven Wings or whatever they're called? Not Raven Wings. What's the other one called?
Razor Wings.
Razor Wings. That's the words. Yeah.
I don't actually think planes are very good at the moment in 9th.
Okay.
They need a bit more play because the table is so small now and Space Marines are so prevalent. You can't shoot and then fly off the table.
Yeah.
You move off the table in your movement phase, so you're kind of just gonna just not really be doing much if you just do that all the time.
Yeah.
And if you're and because the table is so small, your opponent can hide really well because there's more terrain. So you'll fly your plane up into your opponent's deployment zone, shoot something, and because the Space Marine Army's range is quite short but terrifying, it absolutely just destroys you in a one-er. So planes are out for now.
Yeah. I got quite excited because I read the updated Sam Han rules where if a bike unit of Sam Han advances, their heavy weapons become assault weapons, and obviously their bikes have battle focus, which means you suffer no negative penalties for advancing and shooting scatter lasers. Until I realised when I used it in a playtesting game, not a playtesting game, but my own playtesting as well. I'm not playtesting for GW, but yeah, I immediately realised, oh yeah, no, but it doesn't matter because the boards are so small now that this ability is moot.
Yeah, it's because like I looked at running the winch detachment where you can advance and charge,
Yeah.
but it then becomes extremely pointless because the table's so small, so you don't have to advance everywhere anymore.
Yeah.
Um,
It's amazing what a difference that table size makes to the game, isn't it?
oh yeah, and like I had 2 Ravagers in my list, but because there's more terrain on the table, they can never get line of sight onto anything.
Yeah.
And because the table's so small, it's very difficult for them to hide. So then they just die really quickly. So I just kind of bin them off as well.
Yeah.
Because all Space Marine players, and there's loads of Custodian players, everything has got 3 wounds. So damage is just really pointless now.
Well, that was why another thing I was looking at was like Seer Councils. But the problem is with the Seer Council is unless you get the turn where you can give it all the abilities, it's pretty fragile. And then obviously it doesn't matter if you get all the abilities on it anyway because aggressors exist.
Yeah, and they're like they are the big bad at the moment, aggressors.
Yeah. I totally called it, by the way. Not that you had to be a genius to call it, but I think if you go back to the kick-off conversations around 9th edition, I think I did go so far as to say, yay, the aggressor edition.
Yeah, and that's what it is. And that's why I put Incubi in my army, because when they roll a 6 to wound, they become flat damage free.
Yeah, big way of tilting that situation. So, I mean, obviously, this is us doing the intro bit, which normally doesn't last very long, but you're going to leave us after this. So let's get in a little bit of detail. Rather than going through every game, Joe, just tell us, like, your main takeaways, the things that you saw, the thing you observed. Let's just hear a few little insights.
So Custodies are broken as fudge at the moment. Those guys basically, they're not as bad as like Harlequins, because Harlequins are like, oh, that's a rule in the book, we don't care about that.
Yeah.
We'll just ignore it. Whereas Custodies are just like, they just kind of barge through them. Like they just like shoulder barge. That's a rule. I'll just shoulder barge it until it falls over, and it doesn't really function anymore. So Custodies are super resilient. Then you're like, okay, I'll shoot you with my -2 guns, and they're quite like, cool. I'll just ignore the -2 and go back to my 2-up save, and they'll be like, okay, I'm going to shoot you now, and they go, okay, well, I'll just half that damage, or reduce that damage by 1. So your -2 damage weapons are now -0, 1 damage. So they might as well be Space Marine bolt guns in 8th edition, kind of thing. Then they're like the entire army's obsec. So they're like,
well, the entire army bar its vehicles.
But everyone just runs bikes and infantry.
Yeah.
So they're just like,
and Telemons.
And Telemons.
Yeah.
And it's just like, our objectives are ours, and all those objectives that you have, well, they're going to be ours in a minute.
Because we're just going to walk a man over there.
Yeah, and just touch it. Be like, cool. And that's just what they do. You know, they just take all the objectives off you and don't die. And because most people are running battalions or patrols and stuff, they're only going to have like 2, maybe 3 troops choices in their armies. So Custodies turn up, absolutely nuke your obsec units, and then just sit on objectives for the rest of the game, just not dying.
One of the things, and I appreciate this is sort of taking away from the conversation around your tournament, but just briefly, one of the things I've seen a lot of people obviously still doing is they're still taking the standard unit of Custody Guard, as it were, as like a troop choice in there for the sort of various reasons. The thing that I actually think is super amazing about Custodies is the fact that they're amazing and they don't have to be an all Custodies army, right? So my thought process at the moment is running Custodies alongside a battalion of Tempestus Scions, because Tempestus Scions are dirt cheap even
but don't
now.
You run your, like, don't you lose your like super doctrine? As
No,
it
you
were?
don't.
You lose something.
You don't lose anything. As long as that is a battle-forged detachment, it keeps everything.
Does it?
Yep.
Because then Yeah,
because they're not like Space Marines where they have a super doctrine, or even a doctrine. They just have their ability. So the +1 to their saves or invuln saves is just be a battle-forged attachment.
But don't you?
I wonder if that will change
your
in the future, though.
Your watches or whatever it was, like Solar Watch and all that. Didn't you?
No, as long as your detachment is battle-forged, you can be a Solar Watching, yeah, or whatever it is, yeah.
Oh, wow.
And you can still take the buffed up shield captain with 2 extra wounds, all that extra stuff.
Oh, that's cool.
That's the thing about the Custodians that I think people are sort of not necessarily sleeping on yet, but I think there's going to be a lot of people out there who are going to combo it with Scions, because Scions give them a bit more board coverage that they don't currently kind of have. I mean, they do because the board is small and they kind of snake out all over the place, but
yeah.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of potential with the Scions, I believe, anyway.
Mm.
Anyway, sorry, Joe. And then
Sisters of Silence.
So, but wow, yes, I still don't think the Sisters of Silence are worth it.
They're cheap though, aren't they?
Yeah, but they're not as good as Scions, are they?
No, I suppose not.
The Scions come down, turn 2 with a load of plasma guns.
That's true.
They're bonkers. What was I going to say? So, Joe, you lost 2 games. Who did you lose to?
So I lost to Adam Shepherd-Jones.
Friend of the show.
Who was running Custodes.
Yeah.
And he actually came second, and he was the only person to beat the first place person. So.
I thought he came third.
Oh, no, yes, he came third.
Yeah.
Yes, he did. But he was the only person to beat the person who came first.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
I'm fine losing to him on that one.
Totally.
And then I lost to Ben Jones, who was running AdMech.
Ooh.
It was one of those games where we got to the table and we were like you win, because it was one of those, because we had 3 specific table layouts that we'd kind of worked the system on.
Yeah.
And it was one of those weird systems where there's like the trifecta of like this one map on this one mission with a shooting army and a combat army, and one of those armies goes first, or the shooting army goes first, and the combat player doesn't have much of a chance because there's 4 objectives, 1 in each deployment zone, and then 2 in the center of no man's land. But the buildings basically worked out as being 8 inches on either side. So it's one of those, if I left the buildings to go and sit on the objectives to get the hold more, I wouldn't have survived a turn of shooting to still be there in my turn.
Yeah.
So it just massively did me over on that one. And his army was the unit of 3 Dakka bots, then the big unit of chicken walkers that get the +1 to hit. And then you put Wrath of Mars on them, so they do mortal wounds on 5s kind of thing.
Did he take them as Mars, or did he take them as?
No, he took them as Mars because Belisarius.
Yeah,
cool.
obviously, yeah.
And then he had the Dr. Robotnik.
The Tech Dominus or Tech Manipulus or whatever he's called.
Gives exploding 6s in shooting phase.
Yeah.
Every 6 to hit is an automatic another hit.
Credit where credit's due, Joe. I mean, those are 2 relatively respectable losses, though, right? I mean, obviously circumstances.
So Ben is currently top 10 in the ITC.
Well, I mean, what does that really mean?
And so, but he's just an incredible player, and he always places really, really high.
Yeah. I mean, I didn't mean to sort of seem diminishing about the fact he's top 10 in the current ITC. Obviously, that's still something. It's just obviously it's a weird ITC this year.
He always does really well.
Yeah.
And he beats a lot of people. He's one of those people that just rolls really hot all the time, obnoxiously so. And we gave everyone at the event brand new sets of dice.
Yeah.
And everyone had the same dice kind of thing.
Yeah.
And yet, for some reason, he'd done some kind of weird voodoo magic, and he was just rolling incredible. Like, he just wouldn't fail any saves, stuff like that.
Well, he's clearly spent many hour in his youth just rolling dice and starting to understand the physics of the situation. Clearly.
Yeah, it's got to be the only thing, because that and maybe skill and talent and having a really good list helps as well. But,
Oh yeah.
But we'll ignore that.
You can't attribute skill and talent to rolling hot all the time, though.
Yeah, but no,
he's like Gareth from The Office, where he talks about top trends. I've learned every combination. You will not beat me.
he's really good, and he absolutely ruined me. And I played, and my first game was a guy, Imperial Fist guy, who was running. No, it was a Salamanders player, and he was running double Leviathan, double Invicta Warsuit. And I won that game by like 8 or 9 points. And all I had left on the table at the end of the game was an Archon, a single Incubi, and 3 Cabalite Warriors. Kind of thing. But my army is really good at denying people the primary.
Yeah.
And obviously the Talos just work as a big bully unit. So he was like, I don't want to get my Leviathans in the middle of the table because then you'll just come and punch me in combat and I'll die. So they kind of just spent the whole game deleting units of Talos at a distance. So his army never really got stuck in.
It's weird because you would have thought he would have got stuck in with that, but
do
you feel like that was his mistake, not getting stuck in with you?
Yeah, and like obviously you might the Leviathans have haywire. So everyone kind of just hides from them because they're like, oh no, your haywire will destroy all my vehicles. Fun fact, Talos can't shoot for toffee. But people don't know that, so they just kind of sit at the back of the board out of range. Especially
when they're in combat, right? Because they're hitting on 5s.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's rough.
Yeah, so it's rough sailing in combat for Talos, but they're obviously in combat is where Talos want to be.
Yeah. Well, just to bog you down, right?
Just bog you down, and like their strength 7 -2 flat 2 damage,
Decent.
And the Kronos, they got 6 attacks each, and the Kronos gives them re-rolling 1s to wound. Nice. But if there's a homunculus nearby, you can spend 2 CP to give them full re-rolls to wound on a unit, which is great versus Space Marines, because a Space Marine player would be like, okay, I'll just do what is it called? Transhuman.
Yeah, transhuman physiology.
Transhuman physiology, and you're okay, cool. I'll just pay 2 CP and roll all my wounds.
Yeah.
And they're like, oh no.
Yeah, man, sounds good, mate. I mean, it must have been cool to get back out there throwing dice again, right?
Oh yeah, so obviously I play games at work, and I've done a bit of play testing and stuff like that, to get kind of games in. But it's nice to be at an event.
Yeah, of course.
So like, even though obviously when you're doing your 2 and a bit hours kind of playing the game, you've got a face mask on, but after about 40 minutes of being in the room, you kind of forget you've even got a face mask on.
Yeah, I agree with that. Me and Phil, when we played, I was wearing a face mask the whole time, and it didn't bother me at all.
Yeah, you just kind of get on with it. And then once you finished your game, we had tables set up outside, and everyone could go outside, take their masks off as long as they sat like distancing kind of thing. And it was all good. It was all nice. And then when the next game started, we all kind of went up in 2s and like got our trays and went to the table, stuff like that. But it was just nice and fun to meet new people and be living in that atmosphere, because COVID potentially has got another like 5 years on us, basically.
Oh, that's a rough estimate. 5 years. I'm not sure many people would love to hear you say that.
I think it's going to be around for a while.
Yeah, a while, definitely. I don't know, 5 years sounds very unoptimistic, but let's not dive into that topic too much.
but we've got to make it the new norm.
Yeah, of course.
Kind of thing. So playing games with masks on is going to be the common practice for a while. And obviously the Vanguard Tactics, we were trying to be like the forefront of that and progressive on stuff.
Yeah, of course.
And we've made it safe. Everything was about safety. If you and we had a yellow card, red card system. So the ITC's got one, code of conduct, where it's 2 yellow cards, red card, drought. We were literally 1 yellow card, and if you do it again, red card, you're gone. And then that could be followed up by a potential banning from the ITC.
Oh wow!
Because that's how serious it is. It's not just about your health and you think you're fine. You might have had COVID already and you think you're safe. or like you could have been tested that morning and you were symptoms free, like COVID free, but you might have picked it up in the car. You might have gone to the shop and picked it up, or it might simply just be a case of you don't have it at all. Someone else there does.
Yeah, of course. So I suppose that's the thing, though, right? And I don't really want to get into this topic too much, mate, because I don't want to put you on the spot and make you have to, fumble your words and start defending that position, right? Because I think ultimately the important thing here is to sort of take away that some point we have to, as a society and as a community, accept certain social norms. And I think you put it best when you talked about your experiences in the evening where you actually went to a restaurant and the kind of quality of social distancing and everything that was happening in that instance was nowhere close to, obviously, the standards that you guys had obtained during the day, right?
Yeah, so you're like there was guys who were there were saying that they felt safer there at that event for 2 days than they did going to any supermarket, any pub, any restaurant.
But at the same time, right? I mean, as safe as you can make it, we obviously have to acknowledge it's not 100% safe. But then, when has it ever been? I suppose. And again, I'm not trying to set you up or do anything weird. I'm just saying, I personally.
So the threat is always there.
Of course.
But that's why we had to have it as strict as possible.
Yeah.
So everyone was given at the door day one. Everyone was temperature checked. Then everyone was given a PPE kit, which had face masks and sanitizing gel. They were given 2 new dice trays, one to roll your dice in, one to hold all your stuff in. A full set of dice. There's like 32 dice, objective markers, and a measurer.
Nice.
So the only thing that you had to take into the building with you was your tape measure, which only you're allowed to touch, and your army and books. And the rules were, if you've got books and your opponent needs to see the book, open the book on its page, lie it down on the table, and then your opponent can read it and doesn't have to touch it, kind of thing.
Yeah.
And we said, before people went in, if you are unhappy with any of what you've seen so far, literally, the game is starting in 5 to 10 minutes, you can go now with a full refund, kind of thing. And
I mean, mate, it sounds
and
good.
We just made sure everyone said no person there had any yellow or red cards for the PPE code of conduct. Everyone had their masks on. Everyone was safe, and we had no dropouts day 1 or day 2.
That's
and
exciting.
Day 2, they still had to have temperature checks in the morning.
Yeah.
And gone out overnight and caught anything. And then all the meetings were held outside. If you finished your game, you weren't allowed to stay in the building. You had to go straight outside and wait till the next game. And there was like a one-way system implemented. So there's a set of stairs that went from outside up to the function room. And only players are allowed in the function room. And then if you wanted to go to the loo or get a drink or the game was over, you went down the stairs that went into the building to the shop. And then once you'd done that, you'd have to go back out to the front of the building and go up the stairs again. And it was all super strict. But everyone had fun, and everyone said it's the best terrain they've ever played on.
Nice.
Yeah, we had
that terrain, Joe. Shill it.
Yeah, it was brand new terrain.
Brand new terrain, yes.
Brand new terrain. We had the 3 setups. It was all defensible, obscuring terrain that we made. Every building had the same. It was the same design terrain. So there's 4 small L's, 2 big L's, and a big U shape. But they were all different styles and different design types. We had city, fight ruins, a jungle ruins, a snow kind of base, a Mars base, and we even had Necron terrain. And they were set up in 3 different ways across the whole room. So whichever table you went to, although the terrain is technically the same, it still felt like a different table.
Yeah.
You were playing on, was really good, and all the table layouts were done so that they were basically symmetrical and even. So it didn't matter what side you deployed on, you both had the same layout. So it was completely even. It was really nice.
How do you find that with standardized terrain in terms of the way the new mission system works, though? Because I suppose does it simplify the situation? Because ultimately the way it works now is you roll off and then you choose a side and then you
the reason why we designed it that way in the first place was that so you go to the table and you roll off and you're like, well, that side of the table's got more stuff on it, my side doesn't, and then you've got to move around. So it means that you're both then having to get close to each other, move around, move your stuff about. But then if there's 15 tables all doing that, then the whole point of social distancing is ruined anyway. Then when it's standardized,
that makes sense from a health and safety point of view.
Yeah, and if it's standardized, it makes you take that time wasting element out of it. So it's one of those. So you do it when you go to your mate's house, and sometimes you do it in your events when you can't be bothered. You're like, what side do you want to go on? It was like, well, I'm stood on this side, so I'll stay on this side.
Yeah.
Kind of thing. It takes all of that out of it. You're literally like, well, both the same, so we'll just stay where we are.
Yeah.
All the deployment types are the same for each map. So we didn't have it so that each deployment type and each map type had a different terrain layout. We just kept them the same.
Okay.
So it was literally a case of between each round, each of them, the player marshals, as it were, would go around and set the terrain out correctly if it'd been moved or anything.
Yeah.
But it also meant that you can't technically build a list for one specific layout. So like at the LGT, it's the same table layout on every table using the same terrain.
Yeah.
So you could just be like, cool, I'll just make this list because this list is really good on every single table.
Yeah, because at the LVO they tweaked it though, right? That you had to set up the terrain different per deployment type, right?
Yeah, but you can still design.
Oh, you can still optimize around it. Yeah,
you can still optimize it, but with our stuff, it's standardized terrain in lots of different layouts, but you're not going to get the same layout on every table on every mission. So it means that more balanced armies are important then. We made sure that all bottom floors block line of sight.
Yeah.
Because some buildings have been built with windows open, some have been built with windows closed. Just the sake of ease and making it less complicated, we just said ground floors block line of sight.
Yeah.
And if top floors, then it's normal.
Yeah,
kind
gotcha.
of thing. So it meant that not one army had an advantage.
Except Custodes.
Except Custodes, because they don't care.
Yeah.
So I played Ben Jones on one table, and that absolutely did me over.
Yeah, as you were saying
because
before,
I couldn't get to those objectives. But then he played a Tau player on the same table, and then he got done over. And they're both shooting armies. So then it's not like a one table ruins one army kind of thing. It all becomes about army composition and the layout and stuff. So that was really good.
Cool, man.
So I had some really good wins. Obviously, I played double Leviathan first game. He absolutely destroyed my army, but I still won.
Yep.
Game 2 was Harlequins and Eldar, and that went to time. And I did win that one because he had no idea. He'd never played against Talos before, so he was like, I don't know what these do. How do I kill them? And I was like, well, I can't really tell you how to kill my army.
Yeah.
But it's one of those, don't get into combat with them because they'll hurt you. And shooting at them is pointless, so you're going to have to figure that one out.
Yeah.
And then game 3, I played Ben, who absolutely ruined me. Game 4 in the morning, I played Blood Angels against a guy called Matt. And I've played like nearly every week for a whole year against Blood Angels, so I knew how to fight them, so that was fine. And obviously they weren't driven by Steve, so I actually had a chance.
Well, of course. I mean, and also just different, isn't it? I mean, probably didn't optimise his aggression, as it were, quite the way you're supposed to. And
so that was a good win for me. Literally at the end of the game, turn 5, he went first. Turn 5, all he had left on the table was Astarath, a sanguinary priest, and a banner. A sanguinary guard banner guy.
Yeah, the ancient sanguinary ancient thing. Yeah,
that's all he had left. And I had every objective, so he just decided we'll just have character fights. So we just threw all of his characters into mine.
Yeah.
And he fluffed it versus Drazar, and then Drazar absolutely destroyed Astarath, which was quite funny. Game 5 was against Alan Shepard-Jones and his dreaded Custodes.
Mm-hmm.
And I went real aggressive turn 1 to try and just trap him in, but I just couldn't do any damage to him and just kind of bounced off.
Yeah.
And then game 6 was against Liam Royal from Goonhammer.
Oh yeah, the guy with the yellow and black Marines.
No, he was running. His army is Crimson Fists, but he was running them as Imperial Fists.
Oh, okay, fair enough. Who am I thinking of who has the... Is that a Goonhammer guy that has the black and yellow Scythe Marines, or is that someone else entirely?
There was someone there with Scythes of the Emperor.
Oh, okay.
I've
obviously put 2 and 2 together and made some absurd number, because I think I saw a comment of him being at that event, and I follow him on Instagram, and he's got a really gorgeous looking yellow and black army, so I assumed that was one of the Goonhammer guys, but I never really took the time to learn.
No, but his army was the Scythes of the Emperor army was gorgeous, but not Liam. And quite funny, I actually played Liam the week before on the exact same mission with the exact same secondaries and the exact same armies. So we'd already done this.
Yeah, we'd already done this dance.
Yeah, but I still beat him because I beat him in the test game, but it was a lot closer this time than it was the time before.
That definitely reminds me of the loss I suffered at the GT finals earlier this year because of the fact that I came up against Ollie from 40k Brawl, who I beat with the army 2 weeks prior at a small local event. And then I was like, yay, the one guy I've explained in detail how to beat this army is playing me now. Yay!
Yeah, yeah, and it's like one of those, like the first time I play people with Incubi and Drazar, they're like, oh, what do these do? These are really bad. And then like halfway through the game, they're like, oh my god, they're actually really good. And they kind of learn their lesson. And obviously Liam did that and basically adjusted.
Well, I had the same thing against you, didn't I, when we played a Beachhead Brawl? Because I played you and lost to you in our test game beforehand. We were using the exact same armies, and then I was like, "Oh yeah, Incubi bad," and then it was literally like you just. If I remember correctly, Joe, you just had them sat in the corner of the table, just going like, I don't want to put them anywhere because they're just going to get shot to death now, and that was sort of where it went.
But now. Standardized terrain, you know.
Oh, absolutely. Well, there was standardized terrain at the Beachhead Brawl, but a different type and bigger boards, obviously. Yeah, obviously,
the much smaller board really plays to the benefit of Incubi.
Yeah.
Quite nice. And I run them in Venoms, which gives them a bit more freedom of movement.
Nice.
So,
Phil, do you have any burning questions about Joe's tournament experience? I feel like you've muted yourself and gone away. Anything you want to know about his tournament goings?
I've just been letting Joe talk and enjoying his dulcet tones because I haven't heard it for such a long time.
It is a treat, isn't it?
I know. No, I think you've kind of answered the questions. I presume you had a great time, you enjoyed it, and you'd go back to your own event, wouldn't you?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, 100%. And also, I discovered at an Italian restaurant, egg on pizza, really, really good. That was my big takeaway from the weekend.
Did you have anchovies with it?
No, it was just ham and egg.
Oh, I think like the saltiness of an anchovy with the egg would really sort of complement that beautifully.
but then I had beer with it, which was great, and then I decided to have ice cream afterwards, and that kind of just ruined the whole affair, and I felt really rough in the morning.
What, because of the ice cream?
Yeah, I think the ice cream because it's kind of immediately curdled with the beer.
Yeah. So it's rough going.
But,
You ever like drank like a Monster Energy drink or something along those lines after having had like a really milky coffee or something?
No.
That stuff starts curdling up real nasty in your belly.
I'll try to avoid that then.
Yeah, exactly. Word to the wise: don't chase any kind of milky drink with a Monster.
No. But it was a really good event. I would 100% advise people to go to the next one. What we're doing is like we don't know the place where the next one's going to be.
Yeah.
But we know the weekend it's going to be. So we've actually started selling the tickets already. So it's like a secret event. So get your tickets now, and then find out later where it's going to be.
Well, indeed.
We are obviously offering refunds because if it turns out that it's actually really far away from you and you can't get there, then obviously you get a refund. But we sold out so quickly on the last one.
Yeah. Are you because that was the thing. I mean, obviously it's funny because I know Adam's going to start running tournaments again in Toyment.
Yeah.
After this, and is essentially just going to rip off what you guys did.
Yeah.
I mean, it's going to be interesting, man. I still feel like it's too soon for me to go out there.
We're not forcing people out.
No, of course.
The house. And also, like, I think what we could say is like a lot of like it sounds like I'm tarring everyone with the same brush, but some war gamers and some people obviously like mentally that they're closed off, shut off people, and sometimes they can struggle to get out and socialise. I'm not saying this is you, but it's one of those with COVID. It's having such an effect on people's mental state.
Yeah.
We don't want these people to become even more reclusive because the longer it goes on, the harder it is for these people to get out of the house. And the last thing we want is for like chunks of the community to become almost agoraphobic in a way.
Yeah.
So we want to show people that this can be done safely.
Yeah.
And healthily, and try and draw people out and to have fun. But it also means that when other events go on, you can openly be like, well, this is how Vanguard did it. What are you doing to match that?
Yeah, no, that sounds fair enough. I suppose it's the thing, man. I think for me, because, I can't see myself going to any events or tournaments this year. Just because I just want to be cautious. But
that's fine.
But I completely and utterly support anybody who wants to do that, and I do think it is good to have the option. I think again, people have just got to be true to themselves. I mean, don't get me wrong. I was chasing a top 3 podium for the Craft World Elder in this year's ITC, and I was feeling good about it. All I needed was one more good event under my belt, and I would have got into that top 3 Elder players. I think I would have been on track with one more good event to finish in, or get up to second place. I don't think I'd have enough to get first place yet, because I really mucked up one of my tournaments. But if I got 2 good tournaments in, I could have been in a good place. But then I sort of said to myself, but the problem is with the ITC in the COVID year is it's always going to have that. It's always going to have that little caveat against it. Finished high in ITC under extraordinary circumstances. It's never going to carry quite the same gravitas. So at that point was when I was like, I've got to just be realistic here and think about what this represents to me. Because obviously, we all said it, at the start of the year, I was really keen to go after that, ITC performance. But it just didn't weigh up for me.
I think potentially the next year could actually be a lot harder. Because obviously with COVID happening and the year kind of running short and lots of events not happening, so it's going to be a lot smaller events. But then, we've gone into this new edition, so everyone's kind of playtesting new armies and trying to find out new ways of running stuff. So obviously we're not going to get loads of events in, so when the next year runs around and it all becomes safer to go out, we're still potentially going to be in that phase of no one knows what works properly yet.
Yeah.
So you could go to an event with something that you think is amazing and then get absolutely trounced by something that you thought was awful, or the other way around. So, but also everyone's been will be in lockdown or locked in for 3 to 6 months potentially, because you've been isolating for 4 months now, haven't you?
Well, the whole time since March, mate.
Yeah, so potentially there are people that have been doing that, and they're going to have a few more months where it's going to be people with these huge armies they've built and painted. So there's going to be people are going to be chomping at the bit once will go out. So that Games Workshop said that they've recorded the biggest sales ever again. Kind of thing, so it's even more popular, which means that more people are going to be wanting to get out there and do these events.
Yeah, totally.
So becoming the best Eldar player could potentially be really, really difficult.
Yeah, but becoming the best Eldar player... Sorry, Phil, you were going to say?
No, carry on.
I was going to say, becoming the best Eldar player in the ITC year 2020 is always going to be marred. That's the thing. It's like, I'm not the best Eldar player if I become the best Eldar player during the 2020 season, because I'm just not. Because
I think to Joe's point is that stigma still might apply to 2021, because there still might be lockdowns in different countries and next year potentially. But I mean, I've got to make the decision by tomorrow whether to go to no retreat in Gibraltar, because that's sort of like the cutoff to decide whether people are going or not. And I think Gibraltar's in a slightly different situation because they've only currently got 2 cases. It's a very small country, but also the number of cases of COVID has been super low. And then they've decided to relocate the tournament to a 5-star hotel instead. So they've got loads more space and stuff, so it's a lot more safe. Sort of doing the same thing that Joe's done on his event.
Are they?
It's going to be a lot more expensive to go to.
Yeah, because obviously, Gibraltar, they're out of lockdown now, aren't they? They're all back to normal now.
Well, apparently today was when they were meant to do their last lifting of everything, but that hasn't actually happened. So they're still in a bit like us. They're under some restrictions, but I think they're much further ahead in terms of getting back to where we are.
But then, if you go to Gibraltar, you won't have to be isolated for 2 weeks. But when you come back from Gibraltar, I imagine you will have to isolate for 2 weeks.
Well, bizarrely,
not at the moment, because they're not Spain. So if you go to if you went through Malaga, which is a nearby Spanish airport, then you might have to. But if you fly direct to Gibraltar, currently you're fine. But that might change.
Yeah, because if depending on how things go, the Gibraltarians might want you to isolate for 2 weeks when you arrive.
Well, not at the moment so far.
Yeah.
Maybe if things got worse. Then if that was the case, then they would cancel the event or move it back to another time. So.
Yeah.
I can think of worse places to spend 2 weeks in isolation.
Oh, mate, but not if you're actually isolating, because you're just stuck in a hotel room.
What if you could be maybe they could give you little cut off areas on the beach?
But they won't do that. They'll put you in a hotel room and you'll stay there for 2 weeks. That'll be rough.
Maybe take your Minotaurs with you, Phil, and then you might actually get time.
Got a little project to paint out.
Yeah, 2 weeks in a hotel room with only your Minotaurs to paint, and Phil will have just about gotten around to doing the initial base coat on 3 models.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Again, I refer to that fabulous reference to Red Dwarf, where Rimmer went off to Rimmer World or whatever it was, where they told him he was going to be isolated for 600 years, and he was literally saying, "I'm not the Robinson Crusoe type. 600 years, I want to finish planing the wood," and that's Phil, painting armies. Anyway, look, there you go. Interestingly, Joe, right? Bizarrely, this is still our intro. I mean, this is the longest darn intro we've ever done, mate. And in a way, we've ended up doing the segment that we said we weren't going to do because we weren't going to have time to go through it. But as it's happened, our intro now has just rolled directly into your tournament report. So there you go. You got in there, Joe. Well done.
Okay, I can go to bed now then.
Pretty much, mate. Pretty much. I mean, I think you're pretty much done. I think we could drop whatever our other topic was going to be because once we recorded the outro, this thing's going to be getting on for 4 hours now. So, whatever, right? Job done.
Well, that's fun.
Hasn't that worked out? But because it's still our intro, Joe, we have to call out our 5-star reviews.
Oh.
I know. You've got to get involved in these, right? So, everyone out there knows. I mean, it's ridiculous that we're doing it now after we've just done all this rambling about all the rest of it. But it's important that we honour the 5-star reviews because they're an important, landmark of our accomplishments as a podcast. So, yeah, get ready to thank some people, Joe. So first and foremost, we have very rambly, which doesn't sound like a 5-star review at first, but I can assure you it is. Very rambly.
Bear with.
Sorry, say that again, Joe.
It's like, bear with us. He'll get there.
He'll get there. Very rambly. 5 stars. It says Sammy the Squid. Not Squid, the Squig. Sorry. Via Apple Podcasts of Great Britain. Listen to this podcast since episode 10. The podcast is at its best when it chooses not to follow a set structure and leans into its detours from the topic at hand. The audio is fine.
Will he be happy with this intro, right?
This would be the best intro ever for him.
Yeah, exactly, right? It's almost like I knew what this review was from the outset, so as I did this to please him further. Perchance. Anyway, the audio is fine. It's come some way in the last year. So there you go. He's actually complimenting us on the fact that our audio isn't as awful as it used to be.
And he would be correct.
I don't know how we've managed to make it better, because we're still doing it the same way we've done it forever.
Yeah, it might be because I moved from a phone to a laptop, maybe.
That could be it. I think I've done a few little weird wibbly techniques in terms of refining it a little bit, it has to be said, but we are still just recording a Skype call.
Yeah.
I think the thing that often... Because it's funny, not to, bring up your other podcast, but I find that when you do the Real Space Raider stuff, Joe, it sort of really comes across as a bunch of people talking on a Skype call. Whereas I feel like with this, I don't know whether it's just because we often communicate in this fashion, that we're just a little bit more well-versed at communicating, without seeing each other.
It's put me in a very difficult spot here, because whatever I say is going to come across bad.
No, that's true. I forgot about that whole situation.
Nod once if you agree. There we go.
There he is. Anyway. But yeah, I don't know. It's funny, isn't it? Because you listen to other podcasts where they're doing, recording a Skype call. And obviously, I'm not suggesting this doesn't sound like us recording a Skype call, because that's definitely what we're doing. But I don't know. I don't feel it flows that badly, despite the Skype call criteria, wouldn't you say?
It's good. We've got 6-7 years of good, loving friendship.
I know.
Us.
We're best buddies, us three. That's what it was. We were talking to Phil the other day about which one of us he's going to pick to have to be his best man should he ever propose.
Yeah, I think we should both do it.
Yeah, I think so.
Like in Step Brothers when they go for the interview, one of us always just stands behind the other one all day. Yeah.
I think that was my actual answer as well. Obviously, Richard would be included as well.
Of course. Can't forget Richie. Go.
There'd be some kind of weird conga line human centipede kind of situation going on there.
Oh, yes.
I think you just divvy up the tasks, don't you?
Yeah.
Bagsy, not middle. That's all I can say. If it goes human centipede, I don't want to be in the middle.
Yeah. I'll go at the... I don't know where's safest.
I mean, front is surely the best.
Front is surely the best. But then you have to meet a lot of family and friends that you've never met before and pretend that you remember all their names when they tell you.
That's true. There is that whole kind of element to it. But, you gotta work these things out. But anyway, there you go. There's a 5-star review there from Very Rambly. Say thank you to Sammy, Joe.
Thank you, Sammy, Mr. Rambly. We appreciate your kind and loving comments. We do strive to be better every day in both our lives and on this podcast. And we only hope that by not changing anything like we have done in the last year, you will have thought that we've improved in some way in a year's time, Like, we could be doing exactly the same, but it might just sound better. Just because of the sound quality of our voices just improves as we modulate it in a way that it comes off differently on Skype.
We've systematically lowered his expectations over the course of a year, is what you're saying.
It's probably something to do with that, yeah.
There
But
we
you
go.
never know. But obviously, like you can always expect me and Dan to go off piste and not follow any kind of structure. So basically, what he's saying is he hates you, Phil, because you are the structure.
Quite likely. Yeah, like I can't complain. I'm okay with my lot.
I love Phil's immediate acceptance of his part that he plays in all this. Yes. I am awful. Good. Moving on. Not at all, Phil. It wouldn't be the same show without you, mate. You're the glue that keeps it together.
You are the butter in this man sandwich.
But the butter is the best bit, isn't it?
Yeah.
I have to say, I had someone message me today on Instagram to say they'd listened to the Krieg episodes twice.
Twice?
They're that desperate for Krieg content. They went back and listened to the novel.
But you're all a bunch of weirdos, let's be totally honest here.
All these BDSM Krieg players.
Yeah. Only gas masks at dawn, you know. But we love you, Krieg players.
Of course we do. Yeah, please
You're
don't.
the ones that keep us going. We'd have no one would listen to this if it wasn't for Krieg players.
Exactly. We gotta be. There's nothing wrong with a BDSM lifestyle, though. To be fair, sometimes it seems quite appealing when you say.
Yeah. Well, at the moment, if you wanted to go outside, the Krieg lifestyle is the way to go.
Yeah. That's true.
Yeah. Like if you go to the supermarket nowadays, a gas mask and a trench tool is probably the best way to do it.
Exactly. Carrying a las gun.
Most people did it before lockdown just because of the smell.
And they smell quite nice, gas masks, initially, until your breath's been in them for a while.
Yeah, or if you blow really hard into a gas mask, it makes like a fart noise as the rubber kind of vibrates around the side of your face.
That is true. I forgot what BDSM stands for, by the way. I just know it means people in leathers.
Yeah, we won't go too deep into that because otherwise we'll lose our...
yes, that's true. The family-friendly rating. Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
It means Brave Daniels Semester Marathon.
Birds, dogs, sparrows, marsupials.
That's much better. Yes, that will do. And then we've also got another 5-star review, which is from Sweden. So it's Bjork from Sweden. That's probably not how you pronounce it.
Bjorn.
Bjorn, yeah, probably Bjorn. Bjornvold.
Or Borabon.
Bourneville? Bourbon? Bjornsson? Phil, any ideas of, Viking-sounding names that begin with B?
Bert, I don't know. It's a bit hard to know how to pronounce it without seeing it.
Well, that's true. The famous Viking Bert. Anyway, so he starts out with what I googled as being a common Swedish statement, which is just "nej," although obviously they don't pronounce it with that sort of that sort of accent or that kind of cadence, but that's how I've chosen to do it. Which I'm assuming means absolutely flipping great. But he says, good show that gives different take on the game we all love. So there you go. Joe, please say thank you to the 5-star review from redacted name. I can't remember how we're going to pronounce it. Swedish guy.
Thank you, Swedish guy. We do all love this game, and we all love you. Continue to listen to us, and at some point in the future, when we're allowed to, we will send you cake.
Exactly. You can come over to your place for tea, can't he, Joe?
Yeah, it's a bit small nowadays, and I've got 2 cats here, and to basically give you an idea. So I've gone from a 3-bedroom house, like a lord of leisure, which I was obviously when you got a 3-bedroom house, like always a bit pokey. Well, my living room is also my kitchen. Well, luckily my bedroom is upstairs in a different room. But there's an episode of the It Crowd where Moss goes over to
No,
What's the basement?
it's Moss's flat, isn't it?
No, it's the other guy's.
Oh, the
flat.
Irish guy. I can't remember.
The Irish guy. They go over to his flat, and his living room is basically this massive sofa, and then a huge television, like less than 3 feet away from it. That's how thin my living room is. So I've got this big TV in my sofa. I've got no space for a painting desk, so I've got the poof that came with my sofa, and I've got my painting stuff on that. So I had to hunch over it like some kind of cave troll, painting my stuff. Like my lamp, the thing that I used to hook onto my table is now connected to the front of my TV stand. That's how close it is.
Sounds quite mad.
Balling.
Yeah, but my living room is huge. My bedroom is huge. My bedroom can fit 4 king-size beds in it. I've only got one because I can only sleep in one. But
why is your painting station not in your bedroom then?
Because, so all I've done is I've created a wall out of shelves from IKEA, and my daughter's got her bed in there because I don't have a second room. But I've created a whole second room out of shelves.
Also, as well, Joe, if I can let people know this, your bathroom is also oddly humongous as well.
My bathroom is... I can fit a 6x4 gaming table in my bathroom with space all the way around it.
Yeah. It's got one of those... It's got one of those irritated, tilted ceilings, though, right? So as you were going round it, you might just have to account for that here and there. But otherwise, it's spot on.
It's massive. It's absolutely massive. I should probably put my painting table in there, but I don't really want to spend my evenings sat in the bathroom. And it's and obviously, if you're playing in a bathroom and obviously one of you has to go to the toilet, then the other one has to leave.
That's true. That's true. And then has to re-enter into whatever it is you've just done. Yeah.
So, and I've been into the bathroom after you, and not great. I don't want to have to play a game in there afterwards.
That is true. That is true.
But also I don't have a painting one in painting table in my bedroom because if in the future I meet a lady, and she comes back to my house and I've got a painting table next to my bed, probably at the end of my bed, and I have to sit on the end of my bed to do the painting.
Yeah.
It's not like a mood for romance, is it?
No, I suppose so.
Unless she is a wargamer lady herself. And if you're out there,
in which case it's a win-win situation.
Yeah, because in the morning you can get out of bed and do painting.
Well, isn't that something to aspire to?
Well, that's maybe what I've got to do now.
Well, now you're becoming a legit gaming celebrity. You probably, you've increased your credibility to the.
I don't. It's weird. I've been asked this question before. How does it feel to be a wargaming celebrity? Blah blah blah. I don't feel like a wargaming celebrity.
Didn't no one try and tickle your bum when they were at the tournament?
No one. Whenever we go out, us three, you two always get visitors. No one ever comes and talks to me. And when I go online on Vanguard, I just get abuse. So...
Is it our Lookout Sir fans coming over just to shout abuse?
Yeah, so we have had a couple Lookout Sir fans come over and talk about how I like wearing your skin, Phil. So everyone just...
meme just seems to never end.
So people just think I'm a weirdo. And I don't help the situation by being a little bit weird sometimes. But that's not my fault.
Yeah, newsflash, you are a bit weird.
Just the problem is I don't have that filter in my head. So a thought is processed and then immediately just ejected out of my face, regardless of what it is. And the problem is the same thing. If I have ideas at work, normally okay, we've got an idea, I'll be in my head, I'll be oh, maybe we should get a jacuzzi at work. Instead of processing it, is this a good suggestion to make? Would this even work? Where would we put a jacuzzi? Kind of come to that kind of internal conclusion of probably this won't happen because you're not going to pay for it, Joe. You're going to try and make management pay for it. It's not going to work. Just pass it off as a bad idea. I just stand there in a silent room where people are working, and I'd be jacuzzi? Anyone? Let's get one now. Bring it in. Party tomorrow.
I mean, this is an ongoing kind of narrative thread throughout this segment where you've essentially twice now talked about your desire to get naked with your work colleagues.
But the problem is that Steve's always got his shirt off. I could be talking to him, turn round, pick something up, turn back, and his top's off. You know, and
So you want to get naked and wet with Steve?
no. Like, I think just. I think as I've got older, I'm just turning into one of those old men that just feels more comfortable with their shirt off. You know, when you know when you go, like when it gets hot. So when it's unacceptable for like people to walk around town with their clothes off, their shirts off, kind of thing, right? But when you go on holiday, it is perfectly acceptable to walk around a supermarket. Like women walk around in their bikinis, men just walk around in their shorts.
Yeah,
and that's it. I'm just kind of feel like I just want to be like that all the time now.
You could just be a persistent vest wearer.
I know I can't wear a vest.
You could, like one of those like Onslow from Keeping Up Appearances white knitted vests type things.
Oh yeah.
That could be you, Joe.
Do we think we need to? I hate to break up the party, but do you think we need to get on with the next segment?
Yeah, I reckon we probably
You
do.
mean the first segment?
Yeah,
Well,
the first
exactly,
segment.
because this is the longest intro we've ever had, and I don't think Dan's even talked about what's happening in the podcast yet.
Well, no, I sort of did at the start, because I sort of did a whole thing where I said we were going to do a
Let's
segment.
just assume that it just became a segment.
Yeah, no, that is exactly how I'm playing it. Joe did a tournament report. That's now going to be a segment, and now
I think this is the outro already, then, isn't it?
Well, no, because we can't do the outro because we now got to do a segment. We're just going to now transition to the next bit, which is us talking about Warhammer's launch party and the models that they showcased and a few general thoughts and feelings on Ninth based on what we're seeing and what we're expecting. And then, yeah, outro. So there you go. That's an episode. But, I mean, crikey, that's going to still be clocking in at nearly close to 4 hours. I think this will probably be a 3.5. It depends how long the outro is.
Yeah, I messaged the guys today, and I was like, I'm pretty exhausted. I went an early night. Can we get on at 7? I want to do the intro, I want to do the outro, and then I want to go to bed. I didn't get home until 8 when I said I was going to get home at 7, and then immediately got on here, and it's 2 hours later.
Well, the thing is, Joe, as well, though, is we don't talk to each other that much these days. You see, you, me, and Phil. We only really get together when we do this now because, you know, you're a busy boy, so we don't talk to you as much. So it's weird. It's like a weird little reunion every Thursday night where we come together and do it. It's like, let's catch up.
I don't have an Xbox at the moment either, so we can't talk to each other over. Not that we actually ever did, but the option was there.
We did a bit of Call of Duty for a little bit, didn't we? Anyway, look, Phil's right. We need to get on with the show. Look, or not that we're not already in it, but the point is the next segment is us talking about the Warhammer, celebrations, launch, thing, stuff that they showed. Basically, new models, what do we think of them, all that good stuff. Let's move on now with a transitional noise. Woo! Hello, everybody. In this part of the podcast, we're going to talk about the Warhammer 40,000 launch preview event that now, at the point of this episode coming out, is going to be about 2 weeks ago. So you're probably thinking, Dan, come on, mate. That was 2 weeks ago. No one cares anymore. So much more relevant and exciting information has leaked out into the universe since then. But I'm taking a gamble and assuming that isn't the case. And joining me on this flutter are none other than, obviously, good old Phil.
I'm always here.
Always reliable Phil, like a Duracell battery.
Exactly.
Indeed, indeed. But if we were to talk about one of those lesser batteries, the ones where the bunny is left, paralytic on the floor, we could be talking about no one else. Then good old Joe's here as well. How's it going, Joe?
Oh, I'm good, thank you.
Oh, paralytic bunny.
I'm like one of those knockoff, like Energizer. But
I don't think Energizer was knockoff, was it?
With extra Zs,
Oh, I'm with you. You're like a Lidl's brand battery.
And a J, yeah. And instead of a rabbit, it's like a bear, but it's got really long ears.
Where do those batteries come from? Do you imagine they're just sort of offshoots from the Duracell factory, or do you think someone else is setting them up?
They're probably the ones that failed the power test, I imagine.
Or maybe someone's like picking them out of bins and then rebranding them or something.
Yeah.
There's enough juice left in
that.
Would be
the
all right.
old ones where there was that lie on them, where if you pressed two ends of it, it would show you how much power was left.
Yes, I remember that. That was the height of excitement.
You could press those buttons until your fingertips broke, but it would never show you how much power was left.
Oh, it would, but
they always work for me, Joe.
Yeah, exactly.
Maybe I was getting the legitimate ones and not the knockoff ones.
Well, that's probably it.
Probably what I was going.
Although maybe it's because of Joe's cold, dead hands. Your terrible blood circulation has affected your ability to gauge the power of a battery.
There is no love or emotion in these hands.
No longer. The thing these hands have seen. Ooh. Yeah. Probably less said about that, the better. Anyway, so yeah, despite it being 2 weeks ago, gents, we're going to talk about the stuff that took place at the launch party, because it's not 2 weeks ago for us. It's only about 4 days ago, so it still feels relevant. I mean, broadly speaking, how did you feel the launch of Warhammer 40,000 9th Edition went? Did you feel like it was a celebration worthy of a party? Did it feel as impressive as when they launched 8th Edition, or do you imagine that's a bit unreasonable given the fact that, you know, the world's a bit topsy-turvy still? Probably not going to be able to do much more than what they did, wouldn't you say?
Well, I don't know, like the local stores around here all had like midnight openings and stuff.
Oh, really?
For it. Although I don't understand why anyone would go to a midnight opening, because you'll just go to the shop, collect your box, and then just go home and go to bed, surely. And then you'd wake up about 10 because you've been up late, and then start opening it and stuff.
It's true.
But I suppose it means you don't have to get dressed and leave the house.
I mean, sorry, you do get to get dressed and leave the house. I suppose that's a novelty now, isn't it?
Yeah.
But
yeah. I think it's really good. It's one of those hypes that's kind of lasted a really long time. Like it felt longer than it should have, but then because of COVID, I suppose it's understandable.
Well, exactly. It feels like we've been waiting for this forever.
Yeah, I think it was potentially a bit overhyped in terms of the amount of time that we've been waiting for it. And I think there was a weird thing of hype, pre-order the box, then sort of radio silence for 2 weeks, and then launch party, yay!
It's a weird one, because obviously, because everything was leaked so early on, like all the excitement was kind of taken out of it.
It is true. Although I think obviously that is a side effect of the fact that most people are asserting this thing should have been out in June. So I guess, I mean, COVID's obviously had a massive impact on all this stuff, and I think it's evident in their release strategy around the codexes, which we'll get to in a moment, because the first thing they kicked off this whole launch party with was the announcement that, shock horror, they're going to release some new codexes. Who would have funked it, eh? And one of those is obviously the Space Marine Codex, which I guess we'll talk about in a moment, because, you know, eager listeners of the show will remember that I made some bold assertions about how that was going to go. So I guess I probably need to address the egg on my face at some time. But yeah, it's one of those things, isn't it? I mean, I suppose with the effects of COVID and what's obviously come into being as a result of it, I imagine, again, if I kind of put my business hat on, of which I do claim some, you know, ownership of, you probably were in a situation where GW were looking at themselves going, okay, cool, well, we've had to shut down all trading for 6 weeks. We don't know how big a problem this is going to be. We don't know what the impact's going to be on our business. We've taken very pragmatic, sensible decisions to safeguard our employees and their, you know, long-term employment and look after them, which obviously hats off to GW in the way that they handled that side of things, or at least from the outside looking in. Obviously, I don't know if any particular departments or things were let go as a result of COVID, but the broad consensus seems to be that that isn't the case. And, you know, ultimately, yeah, once you get a thing like that, I mean, obviously Psychic Awakening was still in the mix, and that whole thing got a bit complicated because, you know, we all went into a lockdown situation around the time that Saga of the Beast was supposed to be launching, and we didn't get hold of Saga of the Beast for weeks and weeks and weeks, months and months. And then obviously I guess they just sort of reversed it back from there. So understandably, this has been a bit of a weird period for them. But I feel like they've done a pretty good job under the circumstances of keeping the hype going.
Yeah, they've held the ship together, as it were, and they have announced again, like on the old trading newsy kind of sites that I never go on, but people on Facebook tell me exist. That like Games Workshop has again recorded like biggest months sales ever.
Yeah, no, they've made a lot of very bold and exciting statements to the market in terms of their overall buoyancy and their success within the marketplace, which is, spectacular. I think, ultimately, I mean, it's fair to assert that when it came to the Indomitus box specifically, that has been a very successful launch for those guys, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah.
And releasing it during, like, at the end of lockdown's quite good. Because obviously everyone's like saving their money.
I mean,
and then it's
not really the end of lockdown yet, is it? It's sort of ongoing.
I know, but it's ongoing. But obviously, the shops are open and stuff now, and people you can go out, but you got to wear a mask, kind of thing. So, like, everyone's kind of saved up their money during lockdown because they know it's coming, and then kind of just splurge it all in one go on either like multiple of the same boxes of Indomitus or a couple copies of Indomitus, and then loads of other Space Marine or Necron units. So
there you go. Oxfam will be inundated with all of those rulebooks, though, right?
Oh god, yeah.
Because I doubt anyone's buying them on eBay.
Yeah, it's funny though, because like with the release of Indomitus, you got the rulebook in there, which was very, very nice. And then they completely invalidated it by releasing the chapter approved, by having the rules in chapter approved.
Yeah.
But then at the same time, it's something that we've been asking for years and years, because there's nothing worse than carrying around a chapter approved and a giant rule book for one page.
I mean,
the chapter approved book is a really fantastic release. It's because it has got it's got like all the rules, but then I think it still misses a few things about like how you construct your army, because it's got all the rules that you need for playing the game. Not necessarily the pre-game stuff. And then it obviously doesn't have the Crusade stuff in there. So I kind of wish they'd do a Crusade version of it with all the Crusade bits and missions and stuff.
Because this is a tournament pack, you're not going to see many Crusade tournaments, are you? They might crop up, but the demand isn't there, kind of thing.
No, but just as a gaming aid, it would be quite good. And you might get Crusade tournaments where it's a bit like how they do Blood Bowl tournaments. With Blood Bowl, you get like so many gold to pre-buy your team, so you can give your team experience. So they might say, oh yeah, it's a like 2,000 point army, but you also get X number of requisition points to build your army up and give it experience.
Yeah,
but who knows how people are going.
I imagine they will do. But I doubt the demand will be. You'll never see like an LGT level Crusade event, will you?
No, I think it would be very much like the narrative element like LGT might use the Crusade system potentially.
I mean, it's exciting to add that layer to it, though, and the potential for it. But, I mean, I agree with what Phil said. I mean, that chapter-approved booklets, or whatever you want to call it, is a spectacular publication by Games Workshop in terms of functionality and content. It's spectacular.
The nerd inside me was really happy to see the fact that it just had a ring binder.
Yeah.
And not a bending spine. And I was like, some simple little thing like that. I was like, oh, they've really thought about this.
But it is one of those weird things, isn't it, where it does contain so much of the rules content, albeit not all of it, but contains enough of the rules content that
you don't need to carry around that massive tome with you.
And I don't know, it's weird, isn't it, because I did feel like that. I mean, first of all, can I say when the postman came, because in terms of Games Workshop on Friday night, I was checking their website to see if my order had been dispatched, and then I went on social media to see that many others had the same problem I was having, which is Games Workshop had not updated their website or their customers to inform us that the game had been dispatched. Sorry, so we, me and many others online were going, "I'm not gonna get it tomorrow. Oh, woe is me!" And don't get me wrong, I was at the time a little bit hurt because I really, really wanted to have it in my possession as soon as possible. So yeah, the sense of joy I felt when the postman knocked on my door Saturday morning. Not to suggest that that's anything to do with my antics with the postman. You understand? I'm not, I'm not one of those sorts.
Oh, Terry's here.
Terry's here. Ooh. No, that's the milkman, Joe. That's the milkman. Anyway, no, the point is that, for all the stuff I said about the way the mission structure works in 9th edition and how complicated I think they've made certain things, the sense of excitement that I had when I had that thing in my hand and I was like, this is really cool to have this and to be able to dive into it and to experience all the awesome new fun stuff that a new edition brings with it. And it is a weird thing, and I kind of in that moment kind of had that sort of weird sense of remorse for a moment where I was like, I feel like I've got a problem. This shouldn't probably mean as much to me as it does, but this is quite something,
It's not every week that you get a new edition with cool new models, and let's be honest, all of the models in that box set are really, really cool.
Oh yeah, spectacular. Probably still my favourite models of the set in retrospect has just become the Assault Intercessors. I love those guys. They're such nice kits. They're really cool.
I really like the captain, but only the one where his helmet's like a knight and it's kind of hinged up.
Yeah.
Oh, you actually like the one where his head's poking out?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
That him and the Blade Guard just scream Black Templars to me.
Yeah, for sure.
And I really want to see them in that kind of proper grim, dark, all blacked out armor, all chipped kind of candles everywhere kind of jazz. I think they look really cool in that kind of style.
Phil's got you covered for candles, mate. Not that he's going to make them for you, but he's got a very, long tutorial you can watch about making them.
I did watch that tutorial.
And then you were like, I'm not going to do that.
Yeah, although I did have one question from that tutorial.
Oh, please, go on.
All that time making that wax look like wax and getting all the colour right and making it look great. And then you spray paint it a different colour to only to paint it again when it already looked like wax.
Well, that wasn't deliberate. I mean, you could, if you just cover it in, because basically it's a candle. It's a rod that I cover with a PVA mix with.
There'll be a link in the description, Phil. Don't worry.
Yeah, but just so people get the context of what it is. So it's like you could keep that unpainted, I guess, but at the same time, a model that doesn't have parts of it with paint on also feels a bit wrong.
When you put like the sand on the base, but you don't paint it.
Yeah, because you're like, that's real sand.
Worst. Or people that use cat litter.
Didn't you used to use cat litter?
No.
Oh.
No, I made my own sand because I'm that pretentious.
What was it, your dandruff?
I got loads of different grades of sand, and then I got some slate that I stole from someone's roof and smashed it up with a hammer. And then, so there's all kinds of different kind of textures and stuff.
There you go.
I worked hard on that.
Mate, and the results show. You make some beautiful bases. I've always said that's your USP as a painter.
Forte, and I've branched out with my Drakari over lockdown to give them all leaves and things. All leaves.
Anyway, look, so, the events that took us to this place have all been quite exciting. We've got our hands on 9th edition now. We started playing it, as you heard about in the last episode. But anyway, so Games Workshop doing the launch party. I mean, credit where credit's due to them. I think the live stream they did is really cool and ultimately worked well within the confines of what it was going to be. I think we speculated before, when we started speculating about what we thought was going to be happening with 9th edition. 9th edition was definitely going to have more of a gaming-focused, more of a fan-focused launch initially. Now, this is speculation on my part, but you will have heard me say this before. Previously, the Warhammer World GT series was due to conclude at the end of May with the GT Invitational Finals to the top 16 players of Warhammer 40,000 8th edition playing in a finals that was going to take place in June. Now, as we know now, they were going to announce 9th edition at Warhammer Fest, and it seems incredibly likely now that if you were one of those 15, 16 players who would have qualified it seemed very likely that you were going to be in for a real treat to go to Warhammer World and get like first glimpse of this incredible new edition. So for those of you out there who actually managed to qualify, it'd be interesting to hear if those guys actually got anything in the way of compensation for their inability to go through, or if they're going to be able to go and play at a later date. But I think the combination of Warhammer Fest, the GT thing that they ran from February to May. I think the first of the GT series for 2020 was in February, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, what a shame that had to go the way it had to go, because that would have just been incredible. Could have been everything that we kind of hoped the GT final would have been when we attended it earlier this year, because I think if we go back and reassess our thoughts and feelings on the GT final of the 2019 season, I think all three of us here came away pretty underwhelmed by the whole thing, I would say.
Yeah, we're all suffering a bit of old fatigue, I think.
Well, we certainly were then. What we would give now to relive that weekend again, eh?
Yeah.
But there we go. But yeah, look, I think, ultimately they did the best they could under the circumstances, and at the end of the day, we all got a new edition, new rules and stuff to get excited about, which has been super cool. So yeah, so the launch event as a whole, we thought good but not great, but understandable would be my overall sentiment towards this.
Yeah, it was like one of those things. It was good given what they could actually do.
Yeah.
Or allowed to do.
Yeah, because obviously in the 8th edition launch, they did a 24-hour broadcast, didn't they?
Yeah,
which
was pretty mental.
Which was people opening the box from all around the world. So they started at the point where it went on sale in Australia, didn't they? And they just kept going throughout the day, which is crazy. Anyway, look, so in this launch party, we kick off as we often do with members of the Warhammer community team talking to each other, all excited about the different things that are going to happen. And they hit us at 2 o'clock with a fancy preview for new codexes, everybody. Ooh. So we got Codex Necrons, surprise, surprise, and also Codex Space Marines. What a shocker. So I'll just get this out of the way quick, gents, and then we'll get into talking about it. So obviously I asserted in the last episode that we could expect to see a lot of changes for Space Marines, and that they definitely are going to be doing a new codex, because ultimately there was some early assertion that maybe they wouldn't do Space Marines straight away because they'd only recently done a Space Marines book. But my position on this has always been that no, they're going to do the Space Marine book, before the end of the year. And then the other part of my assertion is then they're also going to do the supplements again. Now, as has become evident, they are not doing, or rather, they're not doing exactly what I thought they were going to do, which I thought they were going to tell you that those supplements that exist presently are null and void, and here are the new ones. So I thought they were going to hit you with a big release with all the supplements coming out in short succession. That appears not to be the case, but it is evident from what they have presented to us at this point that new supplements are on their way, and it's reasonable to assert that these supplements will eventually replace the ones that exist presently. Do you agree with me, Phil, Joe? What do you think?
I agree with you. I think we'll see the Blood Angels, the Death Watch. We'll see all the non-Codex chapters first, and then we'll see the Codex chapters ones get replaced.
Yeah.
Because obviously the Codex chapters, the first founding chapters, have all been FAQ'd to madness. So they all kind of need to be redone.
And as I asserted in the last episode, feature content that's not 9th edition relevant, such as Maelstrom, missions or
I imagine we'll see lots of competitive plays, army specifics, secondaries. So like as well as choosing the secondaries in the rule book or the competitive play pack, you'll get rules like kill a unit when you deep strike in kind of thing, or like your captain has to kill the enemy captain, that kind of stuff.
There you go. As if you needed another reason to take another look at those Grav Devastator squads in drop pods, eh?
Yeah.
Come on
Well,
down.
I reckon, mad theory time.
Come on.
The Games Workshop are going to do to Old Marines what they did to the Bretonians and the Tomb Kings.
I don't think they'll do it this time, but I think it's coming.
Because they
next
can't
edition,
fit.
probably.
Or a lot of that range is going to get cold because you cannot fit every single Space Marine Codex unit and all the new Primaris stuff into a book, because that book will be bigger than the rule book. Because you have to have 2 pages on every chapter, a bit of background, a bit of fluff, success chapters.
You can get that down to 1, though, I reckon. Get that down to 1.
And then you need to have the fluff page for every single unit.
Yeah,
because
that's
they
true.
always do that. And then you have to have the 20 pages of pictures.
Yep.
And then you have to have all of the data sheets. And then after you've done all that, you're going to have the 400 stratagems that they have access to. And then you'll have the 6 warlord traits, but then you'll have a warlord trait for each chapter. And then you'll have the relics for everyone, and then one for each chapter. It'll be absolutely huge. It'll be unwieldy.
Oh, I don't think you're going to get relics and stuff in there. That will be for the specific chapters. That will be in the supplements.
There'll be one. Well,
there isn't in the current one, is there?
There's a warlord trait for each one in there, isn't there?
Yeah, there is a warlord trait in there for each of them. What is there not in there for each of them, sorry?
Relics.
Yeah, there's Oh, you might be right. Actually, I don't think. I know you are. I think there is a relic per chapter as well in the main Space Marine book. There definitely is a relic per faction in every other book. So, Samhan have a specific type of laser lance, and
oh well, they do because they don't have supplements.
Yeah. But I think the war gear item, the Crimson Fist, I remember, is probably in Codex Space Marines. I think there is.
I'm not sure.
It would make sense if we had the book in front of us, but we don't. Let's just move on regardless. But Joe, I wanted to say to you though, to counter your theory, what is unique about the cover artwork of this Space Marine book that could scupper your statement?
Well, I can't. Let me just scroll down. Has it got a picture of an old Space Marine on it?
That's correct. It's got a Terminator, Chaplain. And if you look at it, the Space Marine in the foreground, what's going on with his face, Joe?
I don't know.
His bare face?
No, not his bare face. As in his naked flesh face, not the bear itself. No, look, if you notice, although he does have a Primaris Space Marine backpack, his helmet is that of a normal Space Marine.
But the rest of him is Primaris.
Well, we
Where's
assume
the helmet?
underneath the word Space Marine. So if you look
all the way down there.
All the way down there.
Maybe the artist just messed up.
Maybe the artist just messed up. That's a way to look at it. But that is definitely a Chaplain in Terminator armor, mate.
Or in Gravis armor. We just don't know.
I think we do know. I think that's definitely a Chaplain in Terminator armor. But does that mean that they're not going to
Do they
get rid
even
of
sell the Chaplain in Terminator armor anymore outside of the event only one?
No, they sell it in Finecast. It's still a great model.
I reckon they'll sack off all the Finecast as well. That'll be gone soon.
You think so? But they still do limited releases sometimes in Finecast, don't they? Or at least they have done historically.
They have historically, but a lot of the limited release stuff now is all being plastic.
Yeah, that's true.
Right,
Well,
I think, because you look at the Necron range, when that codex comes out, there will not be any Finecast models in it apart from the characters, which they'll either replace now or they'll just slowly replace over time.
Yeah, I think as you saw with that other character that used to be really ugly looking. What's his name again? Joe, you used to know.
Illuminor Cesares.
Yeah, when you look at Illuminor Cesares, he looks phenomenal now. So they need to do that with the rest of the range for sure. But
because the Lord that comes in Indomitus is a carbon copy of Annika the Traveller, whatever his name is.
Yes, yeah.
and so a lot of people I've seen are just using him as the plastic Anrakir now.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
I think, but to your point, Joe, I definitely see them getting rid of the old Space Marine stuff eventually. Yeah. I think we're about 2 years away from it, but I think it will happen.
They'll make them like narrative play and open play.
Yeah.
But they'll take them out of competitive play.
Yeah.
So you'll only get power level for them soon.
Or they might make them an individual codex, a specialist codex that they'll sell direct order only or something, maybe.
Yeah, because like no one's running tactical squads anymore, really. There might be one or two people.
I mean, I've been running tactical squads in my test games of Ninth.
Yeah, but you like to be that special snowflake, and
okay,
they're not gonna keep them in the book for you and that one guy down the local kind of thing. They'll just sack them off. They'll get rid of scouts entirely because no one's running them anymore because the other infiltrator units are just so much better.
Yeah, but the scouts only recently got done over, and they're still the cheapest troop choice for Marines.
But they're just not good. They're not. They're just. Everyone would rather take the stabby ones, the stabby Primaris infiltrator guys.
Yeah, but the stabby Primaris infiltrator guys are more expensive than they are, aren't they? They're like 20 points each.
But they're just better.
Okay.
Overall, and then like. No one runs Devastator squads anymore.
Well, I think that's not true as well because I think you're going to see a lot of Grav Cannon Devastator squads because they've gone down about 25 points.
But I just don't see like the only boxes that GW are selling at the moment are Devastator boxes and Centurions probably.
Oh, so you've changed your mind about Devastators?
No, they're only selling those ones. So they're going to be like, well, we're not going to keep those two boxes running. Just to say one code, because they'll get rid of them and people will just use something else.
That is true. Eventually, they will.
And you don't need a drop pod anymore because you can infiltrate or reserve most of your army anyway.
Not turn one.
But I reckon they're trying to move away from the turn one deep strikes anyway.
Well, fair enough. Although, actually, can a drop pod still come in turn one? Have I just made a snafu
no,
there?
They can.
No, they can do.
Oh, they can. Yeah. Okay, fine. So yeah, the drop pod Grav Dev squad. That's still pretty solid.
But not everyone's running it. There's only like a few.
I don't know, mate. I get because they got a significant price drop. I think they went from like 150 points for a squad of 5 to 105. Like, you telling me you wouldn't run 5 Grav Devs or 4 Grav Devs and a sergeant for 105 points?
No.
Fair enough. Well, I appreciate you run Drakari.
I run Drakari, but like if I was taking Space Marines, I'd just take infiltrators and put them in a place where those drop pod guys have to deploy in their own deployment zone.
But they'll still come down and blow them away.
Yeah, they'll kill some infiltrators, but they won't kill anything else.
But what do you do when you're running that Drakari army you just told me about? What do you do when you're running that Drakari army you just told me about?
Laugh, because my entire army, all those grav weapons wound me on 5s, and my entire army's got a 4 up inland.
Well, there you go.
Yeah.
Tales from the He's got an answer for everything, hasn't he?
I feel like your argument is meaningless, because 4+.
Fair enough. But, I mean, what do you think of the overall look of these new codexes as a whole? Do you think it's a better design?
I'm really happy that they've done new artwork. That's good.
Mm. Yeah, for sure.
Phil, you're our designer. What do you think?
Love them. Love the sort of the new typography that they've used. It's a bit more of a fresh, modern look with the logo. The art is lovely as well, and the art in the new core rulebook is phenomenal as well. So it's really nice, clean look.
Does anyone know what that weird little scribble of text is above the box that says Codex? Top right corner of the box, Codex box.
Oh, I presume it will just be like some kind of like fake serial number to give it a bit of a digital look.
But like, I really like it, and they've moved away from that like box kind of template CAD images that they used as well. So I quite like.
It has to be said that the 7th edition codexes, the covers of the 7th edition codexes were gorgeous because they were this full, beautiful piece of art that was obviously done by that same guy for all the different ones, and he just took characters and it focused on heroes of those chapters or those armies being at the forefront, and they were these beautifully detailed images of them in varying situations. But then when they did it in 8th, they basically went, cool, we're going to take that beautiful artwork and then we're going to just put it in a letterbox, and it was like, oh, not, or put it in a frame, sorry. But yeah, I felt like 8th. I felt like it was perfectly functional, but I felt like the design of the 8th edition codexes wasn't that beautiful.
Well, this is disappointing that they recycled the artwork, I thought.
Yeah, yeah. They also recycled the worst artwork when it came to the Dark Angels, and also the Craftworld book. They made the right decision. They used the Warlock artwork from the 7th edition Craftworld book, but they used the 6th edition Dark Angels artwork, which was not as good as the 7th edition's Dark Angels artwork. But there you go.
Yeah.
There you go.
It was really funny because like when I was working at Triple Helix on the eBay pages and stuff, people were still selling the old like 7th, 6th edition codexes, thinking they were 8th edition because the artwork was the same.
Amazing. That could have been a good scam for some people for a little while there.
Yeah.
But
and people would be like, "Oh, this is completely wrong."
My weapon skill is 6. That's terrible. I only hit on 6s. What? Awful. But yeah, and then obviously people on the internet have been talking about various leaks that people got from the videos of this. We're not going to massively get into that at this point in time. We're going to talk about what happened next, I suppose, unless anyone has any other thoughtful insights on codexes at this moment in time.
No, I really hope that they just bash all the Space Marine ones out in 1 week instead of stretch it over 2 months like they did last time, or 6 months.
Yeah. In fact, actually, Joe, if you scroll down on the page this of the artwork, the opening picture on the carousel unit for the Space Marine artwork, you can see there even clearer that it is an old school Space Marine.
Or is it a new style Space Marine with an old style helmet?
Well, it might be.
Because people might just mix and match on your Crusade.
Yeah, he might be an old Space Marine who's now become a Primaris Marine.
But he just liked his old hat.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Well, there you go. Food for thought. Anyway, there you go. So yeah, some nice looking artwork, various bits and pieces. Awesome. So then the live stream goes on. They talk for the arbitrary 10-minute period of time. Then they break and then get someone else on to talk about hobby stuff, where they show pictures of painted miniatures that people have been working on, which was all lovely. And then they go on to their next reveal, which is yet another Space Marine thing, everybody. Everyone loves more Space Marine stuff, right?
Of course.
Well, of course.
Not awful.
It's not the worst. It's not the best, not the worst.
We are a little bit sick of them, but we're okay with it because they do look cool.
It is true. They are. I am always really, really excited by nice-looking new things, and obviously, this new Gladiator tank definitely fits that criteria. But it is true to say that I feel like it's about time we stopped with the Marine stuff now. And there's still more to come, though, right? Because we've still got, as they said from the rumours, they've got their new land speeder variant, they've got their new heavy intercessors, they've got their new whatever else is coming around the corner. So, this, you think about how many new Primaris things we've seen in the last, couple months. And they're still only halfway done.
Space Marines got real popular when they got their new codex and all their supplements, and Games Workshop was like, we like money, people like buying Space Marines, let's just do more of those.
It's true. Let the market decide, and the market has stated that they love a Space Marine, don't they?
Yeah,
well,
Primaris are cool.
They've always said they're doing their free marks of armor, and they're going to flesh each one out. So, the first year was the standard mark, and then you've got your Reaver style, your Phobos armor, which was super light, and then this year's the Gravis. So potentially,
this is year of the fatty.
Yeah, so of the big boys with the thick thighs. But I mean, after that, potentially they're not going to do any more, or they're just going to incrementally add on bits to replace old units.
Come on, Phil, listen to yourself. Not 2 more Space Marines. What, are you mad?
Well, of course they will, but I mean, in terms of marks of armor, where are they going to go? They're not going to make. Well, they might make more. They might do something that's much more specifically like Terminator, for example. But I think all they're doing is they're doing a massive influx into the range to flesh it out to be as complete as possible.
Yeah.
Which I think by the end of this year we should be there. So then I imagine the rate of releases will slow down for Space Marines.
Only another 6 months of it. That's all we need, and then.
But they're going to then pivot into the more specialised stuff, much like they did with the old range, isn't it? So they're going to then start going, cool, here's the Dark Angel variants of things, here's the Blood Angels variants of things.
Possibly.
So this range has got a lot of legs. Then you're going to get like Death Watch variants of things, and then you're going to get, I don't know, all the different things are going to just keep coming, aren't they?
One thing we didn't mention was it's quite good that the new Space Marine book is a book for all the armies, and that
except the Grey Knights.
Except Grey Knights, because that is a bit of a beast onto its own. But things like Death Watch, Blood Angels, and all that are going to be small supplements now, a bit like all the other chapters, which I think is really good.
Yeah, I do like the fact, because for them it means they have to FAQ less books as well.
Yeah, because every time a new unit came out, they're like, yes, your Space Wolves can have it, yes, your Death Watch can have it. But now it's like, of course you get it.
Yeah,
although
everyone gets everything.
Although I do think it's a bit disappointing for Death Watch, because I liked the idea that Death Watch was predominantly kill teams rather than a standalone Space Marine army. It was more unique like Grey Knights was.
I imagine in their book they'll have the rules for the Death Watch kill teams in there, and that's where they'll get the cool special rules for each one.
For sure.
It's interesting though, isn't it? Because I suppose, do you foresee the book is going to be a series of compromises in as much as it's going to have to be like, right, well, for Space Wolves you don't get tactical squads and you don't get devastating squads.
I think they're going to be like, you get all of these things, but you also get your unique units on top of.
Okay.
It's all down to streamlining and making the army more functionable at the end of the day, which I'm all for, because it is a bit of a weighty, bloated beast, the Space Marine chapter, the Space Marine section on its own. There's too much going on, there's too much choice, and it's all just a little bit confusing for my aged brain. So,
I have a question as well with regards to this Gladiator specifically, though.
Besides the fact that, damn, it's cool.
Besides the fact that it's cool.
Damn.
Oh.
DAMN.
Sorry, I heard you say...
That's not really a question, that's just a fact.
Oh, I see. I thought you said by the fact that Dan is cool. I was like, well, of course. I mean, obviously that's a factor in all things, but...
Let's not go overboard here.
No, but this is probably the first time where Games Workshop has given us a clear indication that this is a direct, progression or evolution of the old Space Marine stuff. So they've literally, in a video, gone, hey, your Predators, now Primaris have Predators. Yay!
They're better.
They're better. Yeah, so as a statement of intent, what do you feel like for that? Because up to this point, they've sort of been like, yeah, they're Primaris Marines. They're different.
Well, except the attack bikes. That was the most obvious one.
The attack bikes?
So, the bikes, the regular bikes.
Well, yeah, but they've never done a video or an asset or created anything that they've put out there that's gone, this is the Primaris version of this. Obviously, we know the Intercessors are the Tactical Marines and the Outriders are the bikes. We know that, but they've never just done this where they've gone, look, it's the Primaris version of this.
I think everyone's kind of sussed it out now, and Games Workshop are just rolling with it.
Yeah.
And it's one of those, they're going well, the Repulsor is the Land Raider, and the Impulsor is the Rhino, and the Razorback at the same time.
Yeah.
So now you need a gun platform, non-transport variant that does shooting. And here you go. It's the Predator, but not Predator.
Exactly. But I mean, regardless of that, I think the Gladiator, the Impulsor was already a perfectly functional Space Marine vehicle. They're an absolute nightmare to put together. I mean, Phil, you've been building repulsor kits recently. I mean, what's your general feels towards this stuff?
Well, there was a few flaws in it, and I think we talked about it on a previous podcast. Basically, the instructions are wrong. They tell you to put the grav plate mountings in before you do the side bits, which means the side bits always pop out when you mount it to the front. And everyone, because I did it, and was like, God, this kit's really bad. Like, is it just me, and am I doing something wrong? Like, these are new CAD kits, they're highest quality injection molding. It's got to be me, right? And then I think it was everyone else had the same issue. So yeah, I think because the first one I messed up and had a big gap on it and had to fill that in, and then I sort of did a bit of research and found out the better way of doing it, which means you don't get that gap. And then once you know that, I think it'd be fine, and I'll apply that same method to all of these as well to make sure that's not the case.
But that's the thing with these sort of kits. I mean, there's something to be said for the glory of putting together a Rhino kit. I mean, it's
I
10
do
pieces
one of those in my sleep.
Oh, totally.
Or like the Lehman Russ is quintessentially you cannot go wrong with this kit model.
You say that, but as someone who used to buy hundreds and hundreds of them in a month, there are a lot of people who have put those things together wrong. You said
the tracks are upside down or something.
The tracks are the amount of people that put shoulder pads on a Space Marine wrong.
Oh God, yeah.
My mind.
Well, there's the thing, isn't it? Because a lot of people sort of put them, try and sort of line them up with the extendy bit on the raised bit. So you end up with these ones where they're sort of floating above their shoulders, and it's sort of very weird.
Yeah, or they're massive shoulder pads that kind of jut out like little wings.
Yes, yeah.
It's all a bit odd.
But anyway, regardless of how much of a pain these things are to put together, because obviously, Games Workshop is very much of the opinion that people love putting together these complicated models, which I suppose they do. But yeah, bar that, I mean, it looks fine. I mean, impulsors are fine. It's an impulsor with more guns on it. It looks all right, doesn't it? I mean, it's got some big guns. I suppose the variant that probably needs some discussion is the one that's got two massive great assault cannons on it, or Gatling cannons, or heavy onslaught Gatling cannons.
Yeah, the onslaught cannons.
It's got twin heavy onslaught Gatling cannons.
So what's that, 32 shots?
Oh no, it's because a heavy onslaught fires 12.
No, it's it's 12, isn't it? Because it's 6 for a regular Gatling, isn't it?
You're confusing the Dreadnought, where everyone just fires both guns together.
Yes, that's where I'm going wrong. Although yes.
You're gonna out Punisher the Punisher tank.
But then are those bolter variants they've got on them? Is that quad heavy bolters, or is that quad bolt rifles?
It could be like a hurricane bolter type situation. So it's two storm bolters on each one, basically.
Yeah, I mean it's called the Tempest bolters.
Yeah, so it'd be it's a Tempest Hurricane kind of thing.
Yeah.
It's going to be 4 bolt rifles strapped together in it.
Yeah. Which again is pretty terrifying, though, right? Because I guess when you get close, 8 bolt rifle shots.
Yeah, but Imperial Fists are going to love that tank.
Oh, mate. Are they ever? I mean, wow.
Yeah, so you assume that the thing puts out 16 bolter shots as standard.
Yeah.
And then the stuff on top. Like they were saying, because of blast, hordes are going to be dead. Like, no, because of this thing, hordes will be dead.
But the thing is, I think with blast is a bit of a double-edged sword where they're not very good in combat. Whereas this thing, you'll be like, I'm just going to move at max speed, shoot at everything, and then just charge something in combat.
Yeah.
And it's like, I don't care if I'm stuck in combat because I'm going to murder you.
It's just going to be doing donuts around the table until it runs into something and then kills it.
Do we think this will get the kind of the equivalent of like the grinding advance rule, like the repulsor executioner gets?
Oh
The
God, could you
move
imagine?
half
That'd be
distance and
madness.
shoot twice. I think it probably won't because of the double turret weapon.
Yeah,
but if
yeah.
it does, it'll be insanely good.
I mean, yeah, if they give these guys the grinding advance ability, oh my goodness. I mean, it's crazy just to look at it as is, let alone.
Well, it's not. The thing is, that like, grinding advance on Lima Russ is because it's a heavy battle tank. It's toughness 8. It's slow, kind of like the repulsor. Whereas the Predators are more about the fast strike light vehicle.
Mm.
So it'll probably get bonuses for moving and shooting or something.
Because I do find it a bit odd that one of the variants has the same, like, las cannon type thing. I can't remember what it's
Laser
called
destroyer
now.
or whatever it is.
Yeah, the same one that's on the repulsor executioner, which makes me go, you're sort of invalidating the repulsor executioner because they then do the same job.
No, not at all.
Admittedly,
Not at all, because the repulsor executioner has way more guns and also can carry 5 or 6 Primaris Marines. 5, isn't it?
yeah, but only 5 inches a turn because you're never going to move more than that because you want the double tapping.
Yeah, but, you know, it's still valuable, especially...
No, I know, because the thing is, I was always like, I love the look of this tank, like with the big cannon on the front. But now this has come out, I'm like, I'll probably just get a couple of these instead because I've got a standard repulsor. I don't need to worry about the executioner variant. But then again, it is, like I said, it is sort of horses for courses because that will be toughness 8. This new one will be toughness 7. I imagine.
The I mean, also as well, the twin last talon variant with the multi-mouse as well. Oof. I mean, that is tasty, isn't it? I mean...
Yeah, you won't want to run into that on a dark night in an alleyway, would you? Because the salamanders will have a field day with that thing.
I mean, that is terrifying, and because obviously all that stuff is relatively short range. But if this thing's got like a movement of 10, I mean, it's having a great time blowing chunks out of your army with all that.
I mean, I've not looked at it, but I assume las cannons and multi-melters don't get the blast rule because some things like
they don't have the blast rule. No,
so again,
that would be
you just
insane,
wanna...
Phil.
Well, no, but some sort of things that you don't necessarily.
Well, they're not multi-shot guns, though, are they? They're not a D6 shotgun.
No, but I think some weapons are like that are blast. So I think the Vanquisher cannon is one shot, for example. But I'm pretty sure that's got a blast rule, and I could be wrong.
Well, it can't though, because you don't roll multiple D6.
No, but I think the blast rule is also to say this weapon can't fire in combat. So I think there are a couple of exceptions where they have given it. I mean, I could be wrong, but I think that's the case.
How much do you want to bet, by the way, that GW arbitrarily make this thing really unnecessarily difficult to magnetize? Like they're going to use a key component.
It's the same turret every single time.
Yeah.
I reckon you'll be able just to swap it in and out, or the connection piece that the bit's attached to will only be usable once.
I think it will be possible to magnetize it. The twin las cannon and the twin Gatling look like you could just... they probably mount on pegs so they can pivot ever so slightly up and down in the same way as the repulsor one, but you basically remove those pegs, stick in a magnet in the back somewhere on the sides, and then you should be able to magnetize it. And I think the laser destroyer one's going to be similar, but instead of it being a double cannon, you've got that targeter, which will fill up that same space where the other barrel should go.
Yeah.
And then the side weapons, it will just be a little plate on the front that you can swap out. So that one will be a bit like the frag launchers and the storm bolters on the repulsor. So it's fiddly work because I've done it on the repulsor, but it is doable.
Yeah. And then my last
doing,
point on this is each of these gladiators has a different name. Do we suspect that you could take 3 of each variant? So you've got the gladiator. So you got the gladiator Valiant, the gladiator Reaper, and the gladiator Lance.
So you suspect
No.
it'll be 3 separate data sheets?
I reckon it'll be one, or you can because it's like the Lehman Russ, isn't it? There's all the different named
Yeah,
versions.
it's just
of that.
the name of the turret, but it's still one data sheet. Yeah.
Or you take them in squadrons.
Oh, squadrons would be cool.
Yeah. So
Well,
you can take
Predators
3.
were squadrons as well, right?
Yeah. In
Yeah.
Heresy, there's squadrons.
Yeah,
And-
no,
No, are they not
and
in
the whole-
40K?
no, not in 40k. They're individual.
But the whole Belisarius call Primaris army functions exactly the same as a
far
Horus
Heresy
Heresy
does.
Legion does. So I wouldn't be surprised if these are in squadrons.
Yeah, no, that sounds likely.
Because I think because the Bowl Predator and the regular Predator are just 2 different types of data sheets. So you can take 6 Predators in a Blood Angels army
Yeah.
to that extent.
You can take a lot more than that, because you can take the Forge World ones as
Yeah,
well.
the Deimos pattern ones as well, can't you? Or whatever they're called, not Deimos. Anyway, whatever the pattern was that you can add to it. Plus, also, still right now they've got kill shot until October.
Yeah.
There you go. Spam them out while you can. So there you go, the Gladiator. Overall, pretty cool, I'd say.
Yeah, how did you feel when the Repulsor first came around? Because I remember when they first launched the whole kind of grav tanks, there was a lot of negativity around it. I sort of feel most people are pretty on board with them now. Like, I really like the look of them.
The problem with the Repulsor when it first came out is that Marines didn't have anything else like it.
Yeah.
And it looked a bit derpy, like next to other Space Marine vehicles. But when I first saw it in an all Primaris army with no normal Marines, I was like, yeah, it kind of makes sense now. I also see where they're going with this.
I also think one of the problems the Repulsor had early doors was I feel like we saw it before we played 8th edition.
Yeah.
And I think one of the weirdest things to it, looking at it through 7th edition eyes, we were like, well, how does that work? It's like, because there were just guns coming out from all angles. So you were like, well, why is it? It's got guns on its ass. Like, how is that going to shoot anything? Like, you know, it was very odd early doors to start to think about it with a 7th edition mindset. And I think the thing was with the Repulsor is, as we sort of discovered once they turned it into a Repulsor Executioner, was that the Repulsor wasn't quite awesome enough initially. I definitely didn't mind the Repulsor that much, but I definitely wasn't into the Forge World grav tank, whatever that thing's called.
The Astraeus.
Yeah, the Astraeus still just doesn't quite do it for me. I hear it's good in game.
Yeah. I like the Astraeus, but that's only because it looks like the Mammoth tank from Command and Conquer.
Doesn't it look like the tank from Halo as well?
Yes, the Scorpius.
The Scorpius tank,
Scorpion or whatever it is.
Yeah. But that's the thing. I mean, I think that was the problem, because those were our only 2 reference points early doors, and it was a bit like, okay, cool. I suppose at that point we were kind of looking at it with the sort of weird design aesthetic that GW had established with the Centurions, where it was just all about how many guns you could put on something.
Yeah, and like the Repulsor was actually really good when it first came out. It was overpointed massively. But if you had 3 of them and Gilliman in an Ultramarines list, you were like, cool, I win, because nothing survives the fire output of these three models.
I mean, credit where credit's due, I think that's pretty much true today, isn't it?
Oh yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
And now they're even more terrifying because they're backed up by these tiny little Gatling cannon tanks that are coming out.
It's a scary time, man. Got to get those melter guns warmed up again. Got to get those anti-tank units out in force.
I wonder if people will be taking these as impulsors and just taking the turret off, because I know a lot of people have kind of converted them up to kind of seal it in, so the open top to back isn't there. So I can imagine people will be like, I'll just take some of these and run them as impulsors.
It is weird, the impulsor's open top back bit, isn't it? Because you forget it's there until you see it, and then you're like, oh, it's like a weird van. It's
like a pickup truck.
Yeah, it was sort of a weird vibe. It sort of had sort of a similar kind of look to the Tesla truck, doesn't it? Where you're like, yeah. No, well, there you go. The Gladiator. Yeah, I mean, it's one of the easiest, 40k Primaris things to say, though, eh? I mean, that's a plus. Everyone knows how to pronounce gladiator.
And it doesn't start with IN either.
Well, that is true.
It doesn't sound like a unit that they already have. Like, is it an infiltrator, an impulsor, an intercessor, an inceptor?
Yeah. It's true. It's true.
Another in.
Long let this more sensible naming convention continue, please.
Yeah.
This is what we like. So the next model they revealed, although to be honest with you, it was a pretty underwhelming reveal, it had to be said, because we kind of already seen this quite a bit in the various bits of photography that have been doing the rounds, but they tried their best to make it sound exciting, and that's the new monolith, everybody. Oh, I never knew they were going to do one of them. So yeah, I mean, again, the Necron reveals during this whole kind of process have felt relatively underwhelming, I suppose, versus all the new Shining Marine stuff. I mean, obviously, the expectation was this was going to be a big series of releases for the Necrons, and it has been, but probably not as big as the Marines. I don't know, what's the vibe in terms of how the Necrons have come out with this?
I think the problem for the Necrons is unlike Space Marines, they only appeal to a very specific group of people. Like, everyone can get behind Space Marines. Space Marines are cool, but you either like John Connor or you like the Terminator, basically. Kind of thing. You got, like, he's the baddie. And one of the problems, not so much now, but one of the problems Necrons have always suffered with is that they don't have much, like, flair or feel to them, or anything that you can really kind of grasp onto story-wise. Because they're just robots at the end of the day.
Well, indeed.
But the new Necron the monolith model is cool. I do like it, and as someone who's built about 5 or 6 monoliths in the past, they make it a lot easier to build, and you don't have to use a series of like pulleys and winches and elastic fans to hold it together.
I have to say, it looks like an incredibly difficult model to not only build but also paint, because it's sort of an exploded vehicle with lots of insides are visible.
Yeah,
I assume it will have to be done in lots of sub-assemblies.
I feel so sorry for the painter who had to paint the big ball on top, because he's edge highlighted every single angle on that ball.
I mean, to your point, Joe, I can only see this thing being an absolute nightmare to put together. I think, I mean, again...
But I do like it's all very knobbly bobbly and worn down. It's not as clean cut as the old one.
Yeah.
Well, this is part of a problem. Like, it's cool, but it's stylistically in a very different direction from all their pre-existing vehicles, which it fits in really well with the new range.
Do you think so, Phil? I don't necessarily feel this is massively detached from, like, the barges that they have and the newer kind of...
Well, if you look up close at all the panels, like the black outer armour, it's all very dented and sort of jagged and sort of old-looking, which the new stuff, the old models don't have.
I think what they've gone for with this is that the monoliths are historically always been part of the tomb world, and how the look of it now is that the whole thing is kind of condensed into a pillar and then kind of expands out to fill out. So I think the idea is that the outside of it has been exposed to nature and the world over the eons. And it's worn down, whereas all the other stuff is being held somewhere.
Okay. That makes a bit more sense.
And it is remarkably similar, Phil, to the Tesseract Vault as well.
Oh, yeah. There's lots of visual design cues, but in terms of, as I was saying, how the panel lines were constructed on the new and old ones are vastly different. Now, this one looks like a lot more fun to paint because they've given you more detail to work with, to, like, dry brush that outer armor. You don't even need to panel. You don't need to edge highlight, you could probably just dry brush it because there's enough detail on there. So I think in terms of how they've gone from the old kit to the new kit, I think that's really positive. Like, there's more stuff on there to make it easier to paint. But yeah, just stylistically with the armor looking a bit older and corroded, just looks a bit odd when you look at the older models. But then maybe some of those are going to get replaced down the line anyway.
You say easier to paint, though. I mean, obviously, I don't think much could be easier than the old school monolith in some respects, because I mean, it was just a big black, box.
Yes, but the problem was with that, it was so blank, and you literally you couldn't really dry brush it. I don't think it wouldn't look very good.
Of course you could.
But the way to paint that old one was to edge highlight every single panel line, which I imagine was pretty difficult and quite hard to pull off successfully. Whereas this, I think you could get away with a lot more dry brushing technique and for it to look better.
At least on the
I think
outer armor, anyway. Yeah.
But I imagine it will be quite hard to paint this whole thing. I think it would be sub-assemblies where the outer armor you do separately and then bolt on, maybe.
I think the other thing I really like about this, and again another sort of callback to the old Tesseract Vault or the Obelisk, if you built it that way, is the fact they've also put the Cryptex Spider into the design as well. So they've got this, one of the Tomb Spiders or Cryptex Spiders hanging out.
It's a wraith, isn't it, on the back of that one?
Was it a wraith or is it the spider?
It's a wraith on the back of this one.
No, it might look like one, but it's meant to be a Canoptex spider.
Canoptex, sorry, not Cryptek.
It's meant to be fixing the thing or doing something with the energy source on the top.
I mean, the Canoptex spiders and the wraiths are pretty similar in appearance anyway, so it's a combination of the two. But it's nice that they've had that sort of theatrical element to it, the idea that these guys are, fulfilling their function as a kind of subordinate to the Necron race, as the kind of fixers
I've only just noticed that the Necron that's like teleporting in from the electricity, he's only got a leg and an arm and a bit of body. Like, he's not a full Necron, so he's like being constructed as he's coming out of it, which looks really cool.
Well, he's phasing, Phil. The correct term is phasing. What I really like about this, and you see it on the new Destroyer model, and it is a massive change from, as Phil has said, from the newer but older vehicle designs, is that the thrusters, they're proper chonky, aren't they? There's a bit of chub going on those kind of thrusters. They're pH fat, is what they are.
I mean, totally true, man. I mean, they definitely have given them a bit more girth, haven't they, in terms of their... They're
not as like boxy as like you get on the Ghost Arcs and the command barges.
Yeah, I suppose before, though, there was a sort of sleek kind of Xenos sort of weird wibbly tech thing going on that you were like, oh yeah, well that's just sort of weird anti-gravity stuff, whereas in this it's just like, no, just some massive turbines that were just gonna beat gravity into submission or whatever.
I think this is very much just like we were saying with the Space Marine line. This is like the new look for their stuff. And if they kind of go back and revisit some of the older stuff to look like this, the range by the end in a year's time, 2 years' time or whatever, will be really fantastic. But again, with like Primaris and Space Marines, you've got that weird disjointed bit of the old stuff looks vastly different from the new stuff.
But because this is a Xenos race, mate, you're not going to see the full... redo until, I don't know, 2040.
If you're lucky.
If you're lucky. I mean, crikey, I've been playing with Craftworld Elder for the last 20 odd years, and that thing's an absolute mess in terms of a range. But I mean, when you consider that, as I said already, the Guardians are like 21-year-olds. Warp Spiders are even older. I mean, with the Warp Spiders models that you're using in 40k today were around in 2nd edition.
Yeah, but they got real popular in 7th edition and early 8th.
Oh, totally, but that doesn't mean they didn't look terrible.
A heap of those.
Yeah. Anyway, so there you go. I mean, overall, I like the monolith. It's an iconic vehicle of obviously the Necrons.
Let's just hope it gets good rules now.
I'm pretty sure it will do. I'm pretty sure the Necrons are due to massively... I mean, I get the feeling that Necrons are about to really, really up their game. Between this, the Silent King, and obviously the new Catan Shard for the Void Dragon, I think this is going to be a pretty scary faction pretty quickly. And let's be honest, Joe, as you've experienced and as I've experienced, as we've all experienced, the Necrons... when in the arms of the right kind of player in the right set of circumstances, were pretty devastating in 8th.
Oh god, yeah, they can make a mess real quickly. I think for the Necrons though, it's how you follow that up. From what I've seen, is Necrons do a massive, huge punch, and then you got to keep that flow going and not falter really. Because I think lots of Necron armies kind of do it and then sit there and then they fall over from the counter attack.
Yes, yeah.
If they don't kill what they need to kill.
Which is odd, isn't it? Because you kind of felt like realistically their USP from the outset used to be their durability, but definitely they were definitely found wanting.
My Necron list has just got 3 giant squads of 20 with a Lord that makes everyone fearless. And then it's got 3 command barges, 3 of those spindle drones and cryptex. So then every model's fearless and they all get back up on 4s. Nice. It's one of those, I bet you can't kill all of me before I get all of the points.
Yeah, this table now belongs to me. Woohoo!
Yeah.
I mean, it's a solid plan, mate. Solid plan. I think there's a lot of real potential for that kind of list building. Even with all the blast weapons and other things doing the rounds, right? I mean, who cares?
Well, I think my personal feeling on blast is we're going to come this weird self-fulfilling prophecy to a point where no one actually even takes them. So people don't take hordes because of blast. So everyone goes MSU elite armies. Mm-hmm. Everyone stops taking
MSU blast. Being minimum size units, right, Joe?
Minimum size units. So custodies, 5-man squads of intercessors, stuff like that.
Yeah.
Then everyone stops taking blast because everyone's running these small armies. So they just take lots of huge fire output units. And then you end up in a position where no one's taking blast and no one's taking hordes because one's not being taken because of the other.
Yeah.
So
I think there's some examples where blast are really good, where you've got your basilisks or your wyverns that are sitting at the back out of line of sight. They're not ever really going to get tagged in combat, so they can still keep shooting. Yeah. And they're still, and they're especially like the wyvern or the thud gun, where they're designed for killing hordes. So you're doing multiple D shots. I think that those will do really well still. But your things like your battle cannon on your Lehman Russ, I think people will go, I could take that, but then I might want to be more up the board, in which case I'm going to get locked in combat, and therefore my tank is still pretty useless.
Yeah. I think we'll stop seeing the battle cannons on them anyway, because you can't take the relic one in competitive play anymore.
Oh god, dear. R.I.P. Well, I think you will be able to, because I think that'll be a generic relic in the new codex. Yeah. I think. I mean, it'll just be a generic one.
Based on the current codexes coming out in October, though, Phil, I think my original assertion around Astra Militarum getting a book this side of 2020 seems more unlikely now, but I guess we'll see, right? I mean, obviously there's still varying amounts of time between October and the end of the year, but I don't know, man. I mean, especially in terms of the imagery that they've put out in terms of future model releases that they've started to tease, which I guess, if no one has anything else to say about the Necrons, acts as a very good segue. There we go.
Next phase, next one. Move on.
Next one, move on. So to round out the reveals, they finished up by showing a montage of imagery, close-up kind of shots of things to come. So Warhammer 40,000, the future. So they responded to the criticism that, obviously loads of people are going around saying, I've had enough of seeing all these, Space Marines and Necrons. When are you going to show me something else? And they went, yes, we're going to show you something else right now, and then proceeded to show us a Sisters of Battle model, which is fair enough, but probably not quite what we were looking for.
Why do they keep giving them plasma pistols? That's the real question.
I know, right? What is up with that?
No one wants to take a gun that you can kill yourself with.
Although, in the Astarte series, they kind of did make plasma pistols super cool again, though.
Yeah.
But not necessarily in game. But yeah, so they rewarded us with a montage of weird pictures of various models that won't probably come out for a little while, because by all accounts it's going to take them till the end of this year to shovel out all the Necrons and all the Space Marine stuff that they've been showing us over the last couple months. But yeah, it kicks off with a montage of imagery. So the first one appears to be a Death Guard, which I suppose is an interesting start, because I suppose a lot of us had kind of asserted that the Death Guard kind of had their moment in the sun, and that we were hoping that they were going to move on to the Necrons. Not the Necrons, sorry, onto the Khorne, World Eaters and things of that nature. So, what's your general vibe on this imagery of a Death Guard to kick things off? Do you suspect this is just an image of the Death Guard from Space Marine Heroes that they just threw in because it hasn't technically come out in the UK yet? Or is this actually a new Death Guard model?
I reckon it's probably going to be a new Death Guard model, because obviously Death Guard were part of the main baddies in the War of the Spider, weren't they?
Mm.
And they're quite popular. So they're probably, because in terms of in codexes, their codex is probably one of the oldest going, because obviously they were one of the first codexes of 8th.
They were, yeah.
So they haven't really had anything at all for the whole of 8th edition. So I think they're probably going to be given like a token bunch of characters to kind of fill gaps in their army that they might be missing.
They did already have quite a few characters from the outset, though, right?
Yeah, but I think it's one of those we're going to release a codex, so you might as well have a model to go with it, just to make them feel better.
Unless, of course, they're going to give us maybe this is a new variant of Death Shroud Terminator, though.
Maybe.
Because one of the problems with the Death Shroud Terminators is the fact that they only come in one flavour, which is single build Man Reaper. But you kind of feel like with the Death Shroud Terminators, it would be cool if you had like a range variant of them.
Yeah. Or just a new variant weapon for the guys.
Squad. Oh, what
the
the regular Terminator squad that I forgot the name.
Or like a devastate, like a Havoc squad variant, maybe.
Oh, that'd be cool.
Because they are like their whole thing is moving and firing heavy weapons and being like protracted siege kind of people, aren't they? It's all about trench warfare.
Yeah. They're like the Ironborn or whatever it was from Game of Thrones. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. Surely the Ironborn would be Iron Warriors, though.
You would assume so, wouldn't you? You would assume so. Yeah. But you talked about, sea and stuff, so I thought, what is dead can never die. I don't know. Yeah. Something along those lines. So, Phil, what's your vibe on this, fleeting imagery of a Death Guard, maybe Terminator, who knows what, with a heavy weapon?
Yeah, my first thought was the Space Marine Heroes range. But, like I said, it either won't be, or, even if it is, that's still cool that they'll be releasing it over. It's almost a no-brainer, actually, that it makes sense that they do release it over here.
What, the Space Marine? They absolutely will be releasing that range over here.
They've released the other Space Marine ones in the UK as the Space Marine Hero range. But they were obviously old school, like tactical Marines. I wouldn't be surprised with these ones if they just put them in a box and be like, "Here you go, it's a new unit."
Oh, you think so? Because they did the Terminators the same as well, the Blood Angel Terminator box.
They didn't do the Terminators in the UK though.
They did.
Did they do them in the shops? I thought they.
Yeah, they did. Yeah, they didn't do them in Games Workshop.
Amazon.
You could buy them on. Amazon. You could buy them from Game in the UK. Game had loads of them. Other like independent toy retailers had them. I think I even saw them in Smith's Toys at one point.
Wow.
Yeah. No, they went after the toys audience with it though. They were like they purposely didn't sell it in GW stores because that's not what the Space Marine Heroes range is for.
Yeah. Either way, though, like if they get the Heroes range and a new unit or character, whatever this might be, I think that's good. In fact, they should get both, really.
They do need something extra, don't they? Definitely like a Havoc-style squad or maybe a more kind of... Well, actually, they did all right with combat-focused squads with like the Death Shrouds and other bits and pieces. But yeah, they could definitely do with something a bit more shooty, which it looks like this thing will deliver. So, good news there. So the next thing that we see a silhouette is, or not a silhouette of, but a clip of, is a very obviously Drakari figure wielding a blade. This appears to be...
With hooks in her hair, if you pause it at the correct moment.
Exactly. Now, question though, Joe. If this is what we assume it is, and this is the new Lilith model, are you not a little bit annoyed that they've chosen to put armour on her?
No, I'm not. I'm not one of those boobs for boobs' sakes kind of guy.
Yeah, but it is a really massive part of her narrative, though, isn't it?
But then you've got to think like maybe she's upgrade. They do say it's very cold in space, you know.
They do. Yes, that's what I've heard.
So, you know, bit of leather, keep you warm, you know. And to be honest, though, it's so ridiculously skin tight, that outfit that she's got on. You could probably just paint it as bloody crotchless chaps anyway, and no one would really care.
Well,
so what's part of her lore that she shouldn't be wearing armor then?
Because she's like the leader of like the witches, basically. She is the best single-handed combat character in the 40k universe. And to show that prowess off, she doesn't really have any armor. She's kind of like gladiators in like the Myrmidons that literally have the shoulder. She literally has one piece of armor on her shoulder, the Eldari kind of backpack with the two vents, and then a little bit of like hip armor, but that's about it. Yeah. Whereas now they've kind of upgraded her to have like a cat suit on.
Assuming this is her, of course.
Assuming it is her,
yeah,
which I reckon it is, and it also kind of fits in with GW's whole, like not having loads of naked women running around kind of thing. But I think giving her a cat suit is a cool idea because it's like her next evolution, as it were. Like she's going out doing more fighting, kind of thing, and let's be honest. Whether she's got clothes on or not in this kind of thing, the model is going to be insanely good. Like, if you look at the other Phoenix Lord lady, what is she called?
Oh, Jane Zar.
If you look at the model for Jane Zar, that is incredible. They did a great job with her. The one for Lilith, who's going to be in a quite similar pose because they kind of fulfill the same kind of role. Like, it's going to be great. And she's going to be like the dark twin, as it were, I think. I'm not one of those like, oh, she has to have no clothes on because the other model of her had no clothes on. I'm like, just make it look good, and I will try and forcibly insert my credit card into my phone to pay for it the moment it goes live.
I mean, I suppose to qualify that statement, I just think in terms of, again, it was just interesting because she is one of the few characters where they've kind of, and obviously they've not ever sort of gone all the way with the miniature, right? And they've not
and she's the only witch. She is literally the only witch model now that doesn't have any clothes on. But the rest of them are all wearing the same thing. So I think they're just kind of.
I mean, she does have a certain amount of clothing on still. I mean, she's wearing like, you know, bits and pieces and so on and so forth. I just think, again, it's one of those things when you sort of first see it, it's like, oh, okay, fair enough, they're taking it in a different direction. And I don't mind that instinctively. Again, like yourself, Joe, I was just posing the question. Was all
I was just like, it's going to be, I'm one of those people that's going to, she is my favourite Warhammer 40k character. She always has been. Just because I just like the idea of this just combat monster running around picking fights of people and then just murdering them horribly. And I think that I'm hoping they make it like a different build, because obviously in that, like, if you pause it at the right angles kind of thing, because her famous pose is her holding the 2 daggers.
Yeah.
But her other option gives her the impaler as well, the spear. But in her other hand, it kind of looks like it's either like a whip or a shard net, which I kind of like the idea of as well, because that's kind of like, that feels like the whole Myrmidon role, where she's basically catching people in her net and then just stabbing them, and then having duels or using the blades on the net, as it were, to kind of accentuate the fact that she gets like 10 attacks.
Question I had as well, and something I was sort of trying to observe: do you imagine that they've taken, or at least given her the option to use some of the visual cues from her original 3rd edition miniature, where she had the helmet, or like the kind of like Batman mask type thing?
Maybe, because they might do what they did with Magnus and do like, do you have 3 different helmet versions? You can have with armor, without armor, kind of stuff.
Because she used to wield that trident and the big kind of choppy sword, because 3rd edition miniatures. But yeah, she used to have like a visor that went over her eyes and her nose, and then sort of like turned into a more traditional Drakari helmet, which obviously her hair came out from the top of.
Yeah,
so.
I think it's all good. I think because she is like the top killer, the top witch kind of thing. This model's barefoot, and she's the only one that goes barefoot as well, which I quite like. I think she should be able to use whatever weapon she wants, kind of thing. Because it'd be like, today I'm going to use a spear and a net, or I'm going to use a spear and a dagger, or I'm going to use 2 daggers, kind of thing. One rule I do hope that she does get is the ignoring, like, you don't get any saves against her whatsoever. Because in 7th edition, the rule was saves cannot be taken.
Yeah.
What, just at all?
Because she's so good at fighting, she'd find the tiny chink in your armor and just kill you through there, kind of thing. And the other one was like the difference between her initiative and your initiative. She got those extra in attacks.
Yeah.
But she was initiative 10. So against a guardsman who's initiative 3, she'd get an extra 7 attacks.
Yeah, she definitely was a combat monster in 7th, and she has been in 8th, but unfortunately
in 8th edition, it's like her daggers are -4. So if you've got a 2-up save but no invulnerable, you get a 6-up save, but that's the best you're going to get.
Does she do any like mortal wounds on her?
No, she doesn't do any mortal wounds, but on a 6 to hit, she gets Tesla. So each roll of a 6 to hit, she gets an extra 2 hits on top. And because she gets power from pain, from turn 3 onwards, those go off on 5s, and she gets 5. And then if you've got the 2 daggers, she gets an extra attack. So she gets something like 6 attacks on the charge. And then those can all explode. And if she's attacking a character, she gets to re-roll hits and wounds. So
why wasn't she in our King of the Characters then, if she's this good?
She has got a 3-up invuln. She is really good at killing characters.
I think because, to be honest with
you, is, she'd get hit once by Calgar and just implode. Like she's only got 5 wounds and a 3-up invuln.
Well, so, she was massively let. Well, no, she's 3-up invuln all the time, though, isn't she?
She's a 3-up invuln all the time. She did win the Games Workshop one. So they did the lightweights and heavyweights category, and she won the lightweight category.
Well, I think the problem potentially was that Joe was riding high on Drazar at the time, so put him forwards as...
And I completely forgot that Drazar has a warlord trait as well, by the way.
Drazar doesn't have a warlord trait. He's like Phoenix Lords. He can't have one. Oh, can he?
He does have a warlord trait. And I've gone the entirety of 8th edition running this guy. And the reason why I have not cared is because the fact is, unless he is your actual warlord, there is no way for him to have his warlord trait. Because his warlord trait allows him to reroll wounds.
Okay.
But in Drakari, if you take an Archon as your warlord, you pay 1 command point, and if you have a succubus and or a homunculus or a homunculus and no succubus, you can give them warlord traits, but you can't give Drazar a warlord trait. So no one ever looks at it, because you would be mad to make Drazar your warlord and then no one else gets a warlord trait.
Yeah. But if you did, he re-rolls to wound.
He gets to reroll to wound, but I always just took Lilith because she gets inbuilt hit and wound versus characters, and her warlord trait gives her exploding hits.
She's a monster.
And she will ruin stuff. Like I played Emperor's Children the other day, and she ran in and killed a 10-man unit of Noise Marines in a one-er.
Nice.
On her own. She went in, killed them. Problem was, they killed her when they all shot when they died.
Yes, because that's the joy of Noise Marines.
The three of them in base combat were like, oh, I'm shooting my bolt pistols, and then the other 7 were like, cool, here's 21 shots, re-rolling ones, wounding you on freeze.
I hear you like bullets.
And she's like, oh, I guess I'm dead then.
Yeah, that'll do that.
Yeah, but yeah, I cannot wait for her, and I honestly do not care what they are with. I probably don't care what her rules are, because I'll buy her and find a way of putting her in my army.
There you go.
I'll make her work.
You'll make her work.
She is
Good stuff, mate. No, exciting. I mean, again, it's cool to see new characters and things. I mean, well, we'll get onto this in a second, but then the next one is a Skitarii.
It's a Skitarii Alpha.
A Skitarii Alpha, which from the books I understand lead the Skitarii, right, Joe?
Yes. So you'd only know what one of these are if you've read the book Skitarius or any Mechanicum Horus Heresy book.
Mm-hmm.
So the tech priests run the entire army. They press the button and then they say go do you know. And the Skitarii Alphas are basically the generals and the captains of the army. They're the ones that run the show.
But aren't the squads led by Alphas?
They are, so I don't know what they'll call these ones.
Okay.
There might be Skitarii like Dominuses or Domini or Omegas or something like that. They'll find some funky name for them.
Sure.
But basically, the Skitarii legions are run by a Skitarii officer, but we just haven't had one yet. And
bar the sergeants in the squads, I guess. But obviously,
they don't really matter because they're just sergeants. There is an incredible Mechanicum book called Skitarius, and it's all about one of these guys, and he's really cool.
Are they a Skitarii being cool?
I actually really like Skitarii because they're still human men. They're still men, but they have their arms and their legs removed, and they still have their minds. But there is they have an implant in their brains which basically represses all of their emotions, and then they just become single-minded soldiers. They become like the perfect soldier kind of thing. And then when the battle's done, they just flick the switch and they become normal again.
I mean, it's a pretty fantastic representation of the grim, dark nature of the 40k universe, isn't it? Mind-wiping people to turn them into perfect killers. And
like the cool thing is like the Dominuses have extra arms, kind of like the Stalkers. But they're like, these guys are like killing machines. Like one of these will absolutely ruin anything. I'm really excited. I hope they give he'll either give re-roll all hit rolls of 1, not just in the shooting phase for Skitarii, or he'll become like a lieutenant and give re-roll 1s to wound for Skitarii, I reckon.
Or potentially, Joe, because he does have a stick with a skull on the end of it, he could be like a chaplain, couldn't he?
That would be cool, but then you've already got canticles.
Well, mate, you don't know, though. Do they still have canticles?
It'd be canticles on canticles, wouldn't it, I suppose?
I mean, who knows, though, mate? I mean, again, if they release a new Mechanicus book, who could say what they've got?
Yeah. I don't know, but I really like Skitarii. They're like one of my favourite armies.
I mean, I feel like, listening to you talk about this, Joe, they're all your favourite armies.
I just love Warhammer, Dan.
I just love it.
I just love it. If I could eat it, I would consume it all. If they were French fancies, I'd just gobble them up.
Exactly.
French fancy, for those who don't know, is like a little sponge cake with like a little cream, like a little nodule on the top, and the entire thing is covered in icing.
There you go.
Which is brilliant.
Is that amongst your favourite, confectionery?
If I'm feeling a little bit fancy,
a little French and fancy,
I'm a little bit French and fancy, I'll go for one of them.
No doubt.
They're like one of those little cakes that you forget that even exist until you go to
until you go too far.
Until you go to you're either at a 7-year-old child's birthday party,
because obviously you're there with your daughter, not just on your own.
I'm there with my child, or it's like a family, or it's 2 a.m. You're really drunk and
you're at a 7-year-old's birthday party,
and it's 2 a.m. You're drunk and you found yourself in the obscure cake aisle at Tesco's, and you're just like, I'm hungry, and for some reason I want party rings, French fancies, or sponge fingers. I want all the food from my youth.
There you go. Not baklava then.
To sleep. Yeah.
Not baklava.
No.
Less so about that. Phil, do you enjoy baklava at the early hours of the morning, or are you more about this Skitarii Alpha?
I'm more about the Skitarii Alpha. In fact, I don't think I've ever had a baklava before, so probably can't comment. Or I've had it, but I didn't know what it was called.
No,
but Skitarii, always good. Love the range. So always good to have some more models for them.
It's exciting time. Sorry, Joe, you were going to say something.
The only thing that disappointed me about Skitarii was that Jez Goodwin didn't design them like the ones in the Dan Abnett Titanicus book.
Mm.
So the book Titanicus was like the first kind of real book that really had Skitarii in it and explained what they were.
Mm.
And in that book, they were all kind of outlandish, huge, biomechanical brute kind of guys who were all a little bit dim, and their guns were like part of their arm, kind of like the
servitors.
Like the servitors, the Horus Heresy ones, like the Laslock ones, where the guns are built in, and they've got like a grenade launcher or a heavy bolter as part of their arm. But they're all like Baroque, and they've got brooches and chains on them, and they've all got feather boas and these huge, massive plumes of feathers attached to their helmets. And then we've got these guys, which are very militant kind of force, as you would expect from the Mechanicum. I was a little bit let down, but I understand why they went that way. I just want an entire army of robot pimps, essentially.
Well, who could blame you? So the next thing I think we could all safely assume is an orc, although I'm going to throw out a mad statement now. Hear me out. Gene Stealer cult.
Are you off your nut?
Mate, I'm just saying, right, now, hear me out for a second.
Is it because he's got a pointy hat on?
It's a lot to do with, if you freeze frame at certain points, you can see that this thing's got lots of, spiny tendrils and, weird...
That would be a squig thing attached.
It'd be like a squig hat.
You reckon it's wearing just a squig hat is what it's got?
Yeah.
It's not got some kind of Gene Stealer head.
You might do. It's just like a trophy, isn't it? I reckon
Probably.
it's a new Walk Boy kit.
I mean,
That
that's
makes
obviously...
sense. That makes more sense than a brand new sub-faction for Gene Stealer cults.
But could you imagine
Gene
as
Stealer
well,
Orc Boy.
and just as another like mad idea, what if they brought back the idea of the old digger knobs back in the day? So it's like a human that's greened up,
like Gorka Morka.
Yeah, Gorka Morka style. He's covered himself in green paint, put a squig on his head, and now it's a new kind of weird orc unit.
Well, that's what people thought was going to happen, wasn't it, when they released the bikes and the buggies kit, didn't they?
Yeah.
Because they were like, "Oh, Gorka Morka's happening," and it wasn't. It was just new buggies and bikes. But potentially, we could see when they do the orcs again, we could potentially see that kind of sub faction come in, maybe as a kill team, or maybe like Blackstone Fortress kind of thing.
Yeah.
They might put them in for that, which would be fun.
Wasn't there something like? Was it like Chaos Orcs, or was it Chaos Gene Stealer Cult?
Chaos Gene Stealer Cult. So basically, in the oldie days, Gene
Rogue
Stealer
Trader and so
were like Gene Stealer Cult were always basically given Chaos symbols because the Gene Stealer cults hid within the Chaos cults kind of thing.
I thought that you could legitimately take that as a force, so you could have a patriarch that was possessed by a Khorne bloodthirster or something.
I didn't really play it until second edition. Well,
no, likewise.
I
heard it on the grapevine, as it were.
Yeah. You heard it from some grizzled veteran that stunk of cigarettes and Jack Daniels.
That was the good old days when you went into a Games Workshop store and were scared for your life.
Yeah. My mum was like, "Are we sure we're leaving him here?"
Indeed. He doesn't mind about that. He'll lose that eventually, as it were. Yeah.
But I do think Games Workshop loves to recycle those old ideas. So, down the line, I wouldn't be surprised if you get Gene Stealer Orcs. I think that would be fantastic. Yeah. I don't think these would be. I think it would be madness for them to just not be orcs.
It's weird, though, because the colour of the green skin that they've gone for is so much lighter than orcs normally
maybe it's just the new direction they're going. Like they need to replace the Orc Boy kit anyway to stop them from doing that weird twerking kind of Kim Kardashian pose that they're all doing, where they've all got these horribly disjointed backs and huge bums.
But they did update the Orc kit like 10 years ago.
That was a long time ago, though.
Yeah, because they updated it so as you could make a knob with a power claw and larger horns and so on. But broadly, it was the same as the one that they put out in sort of...
It was like the same kit.
1999
sprue,
kind of
wasn't
time.
it?
No, it's a whole different sprue. It's got way more stuff on it than the original Orc kit.
But the concept of the Orc itself and its design didn't really change much, did it?
No, not drastically.
It's like when they redid Space Marines tactical squads. They're like, the Space Marine itself is the same, but you've got a Power Fist in there now.
Yeah. Well, that was the thing with the Space Marine tactical squad, wasn't it? Because by the end of it, it had 4 different versions of that plastic kit, I think.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I don't know. It was only just because the fact that green was a bit... I don't know. I just thought maybe it could have been an interesting red herring to give us something else a bit extra, like... The idea of, like, some kind of weird, like, Xenos race that possesses orcs or some other thing. But it's more than likely going to just be upscaled orcs, right? So it's going to be prime orcs, as were rumoured from... Or not rumoured, as included from The Beast Arises, right?
Yeah. Prime orcs would be awesome. But surely, like, Gazgol's, like, the biggest.
Well, he's the biggest, but it doesn't mean that those around him couldn't get a little bigger.
Yeah, that's true.
Well, there were a ton of rumours going around in sort of middle of 8th edition. So you had Prime Orcs was one of them. Kroots as a solo faction was another. You had the Dark Wolves where Russ was meant to come back, but he was actually tainted by the warp.
Yeah.
And you had his faction of wolves with him. So, but you tend to find when those rumours come around, like, if they are true, it's because they're only just in the pipeline of being a thing that they're making, and then it takes 2 to 3 years before they actually come out. So I wouldn't be surprised if Prime Orcs is sort of a thing as just like either these aren't replacing the Orc Boy kit and they're sort of doing a Primaris Necron-y thing where it's very similar, but they're bigger and they've just got different names, so you can take them both.
They're just scaling them up.
Or they're just scaling them up and they're not actually calling them anything else. Because even the Orcs in the buggies are definitely bigger than the existing Orc range. So they've already been scaled up in some of the models.
And the Necron Warriors have been scaled up and the Chaos Space Marines have all been scaled up.
Yeah, and the Sisters are way bigger and, it's happening across the range anyway.
Well, I mean, there you go. And ultimately, to finish up this wonderful series of reveals, we get a Sisters of Battle model that sort of looks like a less impressive Sisters of Battle model than any of the ones we've seen so far. Yay! I don't know. What was the vibe with the Adeptus Sororitas lady at the end?
Yeah. The problem with Adeptus, with the Sisters of Battle now, right? We've gone 12 years without Sisters of Battle.
Yeah.
And we've done all right without Sisters of Battle. And then they gave us Sisters of Battle, and we were well happy with them.
Very much so.
Well done, Games Workshop. These are incredible. And then, like someone who's found a joke that was funny the first time, they just keep repeating it. And now it's not funny anymore, and no one cares. It's like the Primaris Lieutenants all over again.
Yeah.
Like, have another Sisters model. Have another Sisters model. And we're like, we don't want another Sisters model.
Well, I tell you what, I do want my Sisters model. I want my, I can't remember which one she was, but of the two of them that they released, the Librarian and the Sisters of Battle model. I mean, what's going on with that still? All well and good you're showing me this one with a plasma pistol, but I've ordered one with a bolt gun on a flaming base alongside a Librarian. I'm still waiting for that. I swear the original article around the release of those two was very much, will be, sending them to you soon, but I ain't seen nothing about that yet. So, cheers and all for the Sisters of Battle miniature that looks identical to all the other Sisters of Battle, except she's holding some rope and a plasma pistol.
Ready to blow herself up.
Yeah, great. She's got like a weird halo that's not really it's sort of a bit angular and a sword on a waist. But I mean, there's nothing remarkable about that miniature. To be fair, if you don't know that much about the Sisters of Battle range, you couldn't convince someone that was a new miniature. You probably just
you'd be like, ooh, another squad sergeant.
Yeah. Woo. But yeah, so what were they called? Varus and Tyrrhenia, whatever it was. The point is, where's that? Get me that. I bought that for 45 quid when you told me that, I bought that for 45 quid on the 18th of April. Where's...
Yeah. Just drop them an email.
I'm going to be dropping them an email.
Yourself, rather than shouting out.
You'll be like, I'll drop him something. Don't you worry.
Hey, I'm just putting it out there to remind people, because I bet a lot of people bought those things, so I'm constantly bringing it up, because I feel like Games Workshop have forgotten that they sold everyone those things back in April when
as you screech into the void.
Hey, I'm telling you.
This is your equivalent of like primal screaming. You'll be out in your garden on all fours, wailing at the moon later. I'm telling you.
Mate, well, obviously, I'll be throwing shade at these underwhelming Adeptus Sororitas miniatures.
I tell you what, though, the Sisters Army is a painter's army. I would say.
Oh, it's stunning, yeah.
Right. Like, if I had time to paint models properly anymore, I'd do a Sisters Army, because you could make it look incredible.
Yeah.
But as it turns out, I don't have enough time to scratch my own bum in between painting models at the moment.
Well, there you go. As it is, you've got to make a start on that Farsight Enclave army for me at some point, right?
Well, it's still in your house. So
I know. It's
going as fast as it can.
Well, that's mostly because you forgot to take it home with you silly boy.
I know.
But you did leave me that nice jacket of yours that I've claimed for my own now.
Yeah, do you wear it around the house? Like, ooh, look at me, I'm Joe. I'm so handsome.
Exactly. I just sort of flap my hands around and just go, ooh, look at me. Ooh, boo, boo, boo. And just name drop people, That's what Joe's like behind the scenes now. He did well not to do it during the recording. Name drop.
I can do.
No, don't leave it.
I'm like, hey, look at this, clang. Name drop.
But there you go. Look, there it was. They revealed a bunch of stuff that happened. It was a thing, and 9th edition rolls on. So there we go. General thoughts and feelings. So yeah, in summary, how do you think it was? I mean, it was all right, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was all right. It was, apart from the Lilith, and I was like, I'm done now. I can turn this off. I'm happy.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's ectoplasm. Yeah. Ectoplasm.
It's ectoplasm. Don't look at me. I'm hideous.
Yeah, no, I mean it's cool. As a Craftworld, as someone really anxious to see some new Craftworld stuff, I'm still a bit like, come on.
I expect the Eldar, the whole Eldar range as a whole, is going to get the Necron treatment. You just got to be patient,
I am being patient, mate. I am being patient.
But a man only has so much patience.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I'm getting a bit knocked off with all this Primara stuff, even though I collect it because who doesn't? But
they're too good not to collect. That's the problem.
That is the problem, isn't it? I mean, GW just demand my money and I just give it to them.
Like, I will buy these because I like them and nothing else is available, but I'm not happy about it.
I'm definitely that meme where the bloke kicks down the door with the belt and then you replace the face to like Games Workshop and then my wallet is cowering in fear from their attacks. But yeah, I mean that's it.
From new Primaris Marine releases.
Well, that's it. Although I don't know, will I buy all that many of these Gladiator tanks? I don't know. Maybe.
I reckon everyone's going to own 3, and it'll all be just Gatling death. I imagine.
That's probably an accurate statement.
Because you don't need anti-tank guns in 40k anymore. You just need, because an anti-tank gun does a lot less than a gun that fires 18 bullets.
That is true.
Yeah.
Or 12 bullets, Joe, because you've accounted for the...
Well, okay, 24 bullets in this case. But,
there you go.
And it'll have some stupid mechanic ability to shoot twice or something.
Oh, of course. Well, we speculated that before. Phil gave us that juicy insight, didn't you, Phil?
Yeah.
Well, exactly.
There you go. Phil, final thoughts on this glorious, party that we all enjoyed on Saturday?
Did you have a party for it? I wasn't
No,
invited.
they called it a launch party, didn't they?
Well, I enjoyed watching the live stream, single reveals, the little video bits. Yeah, it was pretty cool. Obviously, the models at the end don't necessarily appeal to me as a guard player or as a marine player. Predominantly a guard player, so
But you've had enough marine releases, Bill.
Well, exactly. I'm more interested in how quickly the codexes are going to be coming out, and whether these new models are part of the new codexes. Whether, like you said, will some codexes be getting a full Necron release, which seems unlikely this year. I imagine maybe they'll just be doing with every codex. There's a couple of new models, or maybe a revised unit. And then over the next few years, they'll be picking an army and fleshing it out.
I kind of hope...
But who knows?
I kind of hope 9th edition tries to do a bit more of a chilled out release schedule. That'd be cool if we got back to a thing where they did it every 3 months, but it was a big release or something. I'd be much more in favour of that than the non-stop tirade of books that we got in there.
Well, I'd quite like to see the war zones explored more in a bit more detail, which they've made a thing about in the new codex, and I think they sort of dabbled with that concept in the past, but hopefully they'll do a sort of Vigilus style thing where they go, here's Armageddon and here's what's happening on Armageddon, where we rumour Angron's coming back. So maybe we'll see something with him, and then they talk about Vigilus and Ultramar and a whole bunch of other places in the codex. So maybe
they got lots of options, is what you're saying, Phil.
Yeah. Oh, actually, one thing I will say. So the Edge of Silence book, which, as completely lovely as it is, and got nice lore about the new, this new sector of space, but there's no echoes of war in there, which is normally what you get in these kind of booklets that go alongside army boxes. And there's no special ways of playing in this sector of space that they've built up. So that was my one disappointing thing about that.
I imagine those will come in the other boxes, though. This is just a box to get models, though, isn't it? Really?
Oh yeah, but it's the same thing as Death Mask or the Shield of Baal one, or every 2 army box set has had a booklet in which has had some rules in terms of not just the models,
but only
the setting that you're playing it in.
Only you and 3 other people actually play those missions, Phil.
Well, I don't even play those missions, but I like the fact that they're in there.
He likes, he doesn't want them, he doesn't need them, but if they miss it...
I like the fact that they're in there, I like to read them, and I like to think, one day I'm going to play this with Dan and Joe, but Dan's too busy making me practice for a GT that I hate going to, so they never get played. But I love the fact that one day we'll do some nice narrative games, and this will be the mission we will play.
Phil, what you've done there is embodied every single troll in the Games Workshop Facebook comments. Why haven't I got a full mission set for a series of games that I will never play? You've done it before. I've never done it before, and I never will. Me and my friends refuse to do it, but you haven't given it.
Well, I just like the fact that they're in there. That
well, clearly not that much.
You are literally the worst.
They give you a setting. I want to be able to play in that setting, and
no, you
don't currently. Oh, I do. I really
you don't want to play that. You just said that you don't want to
Well,
play.
no, I said I don't normally, but this time I probably
dreams. He's got dreams, Joe.
This is the classic example of yours. I'm not going to buy it from Forge World until it goes last chance to buy. You're like, I will refuse to buy it. I will refuse to buy it. I will collect it one day. It's gone last chance to buy it. Why are they getting rid of it? I was going to buy it eventually.
Oh, it's absolutely nail on the head with that one, isn't it? I mean, don't get me wrong though, Phil. I'm sorry that
we love you,
that we're making you go to events that you hate.
Well, it's not that bad.
Oh, right, okay, here we go. He thought, but
more narrative fun games would be, I think, the way forward.
You think that's the way forward?
There's a very famous line in Game of Thrones where Ned Stark is like, anything said before the word "but" is a massive pile of horse doo-doo. He didn't say the word doo-doo.
No, of course, but you're behaving yourself. That's very good.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. We can play more narrative games, Phil. We'll get together sometime.
We can play Crusade, Phil.
Yeah.
Well, exactly. I'm looking forward to Crusade, actually. Do you know what's in Crusade? What you can have?
I don't know. What is in Crusade?
You can have... Oh, go on. Have a guess.
Is it a Chapter Master Leviathan Dreadnought?
No. You can have a Vortex Grenade.
Oh my god!
The old classic is back as a relic.
Is it as efficient as the grenade that Artemis carries, where he can kill himself?
The stasis grenade.
More so, yeah. I think it was something like it does 3D3 mortal wounds.
Jeez.
Plus maybe something else. I can't remember.
That doesn't seem like a vortex. A vortex would do more than 3D3.
Can we play Crusade? Because then because all named characters get their Warlord trait, which means that Trezor will finally be able to use this.
That is true. I'm up for playing some Crusade games, and we'll get together for them at some point in the future.
I will run Trezor and Lilith together, throwing vortex grenades about. It'll be great fun.
Me and Joe will trek to the Gameskeeper in Oxford, Phil, just to keep you happy and play a Crusade game or two with you. There you go.
Oh, brilliant.
Deal. Obviously, we'll make sure we've quarantined ourselves for a couple of weeks before heading out, just to be on the safe side. But we'll...
I still have a job to do. You do realise this?
We're not on the weekends, Joe.
I can't quarantine myself only on the weekends.
Oh, yeah, but, quarantine yourself in, work's fair enough, isn't it? Work's work.
Yeah. I can't exactly go to my work. I'm sure, as understanding as they are, I can't turn around and be like, I can't come into work for 2 weeks because I'm quarantining, so I can go and play Crusade with Phil in Oxford.
They would understand. Sure.
Exactly. They go, the Phil, of course, anything for him.
The Phil of Beyond the Tabletop and look out, Sir Fame.
Exactly.
Who?
Yeah. The one with the beard. Oh yes.
Oh yes.
Joe.
That's...
the other one.
No, yes, indeed. That one. All right, cool. Look, that's enough of that nonsense. Let's move on, shall we, to whatever it is that we do next. All right, guys. Transitional noise. Woo! And that's it, ladies and gentlemen. The end of episode 56 of the Look Out Sir Warhammer 40,000 podcast. How do you think it went, gentlemen?
It's been an experience.
Hasn't it ever? Phil?
Yeah.
Well, it's great to have Joe back.
Is it, Phil? Do you feel that it's been great to have him return?
I don't know if that's the honest truth. There.
Well, you know, we that was a long intro. We did a long old ramble. Joe took us on down a merry path of, you know, shirtlessness.
I like to imagine if a description of our group relationship. It's like Phil's like that old man, and he just go on holiday for a nice relaxing time. And he sits down on the plane, and he's all comfortable. And he's like, this is going to be good. And then I'm like that screaming child that is in the seat in front of him that like puts the seat back and is like constantly looking at him and throwing food at him, kind of like. Just like every time he puts his table down to eat something, I just start like knocking the table around everywhere.
You're the worst, Joe.
Yeah,
that is the worst.
That is true. There's little more irritating than Joe or babies screaming on a plane.
Yeah,
that's how that relationship forms and builds. But I mean, I thought it was an alright episode for what it's worth. I honestly, at the point of recording this, can't remember what we said last week when we recorded the stuff about the Warhammer launch party bits and pieces, so no idea what that was about anymore. I've kind of completely
do you know what we mostly talked about? How it was an alright launch. Weirdly, we didn't talk about the app at all. I think we completely forgot.
Oh, we completely forgot to talk about the app. Do you want to talk about the app now?
Yeah, go on.
Go on, let's slag off the app. Get in there and tell it it's rubbish.
There's two camps in this. There's people who are like, it's alright, isn't it? It'll do. Like,
are those people?
It's Joe and Joe.
There's about 4 of us. It's quite spacious where we are because there's not many people in that camp. But it's just like, it's a good reference guide. It'll do.
It is quite a good reference guide. It has to be said.
And then there's a lot of people that hate it. As in the 4 camp for this, it's like, it's quicker than Battlescribe, and it has Battlescribe doesn't have stratagems in it, which is always a massive gripe for me, and it doesn't have like core rules for it, and a lot of the time points are wrong. Or in the description for stuff, it doesn't have the full wording where they just kind of ad-libbed it, kind of thing.
Yeah.
So like, Battlescribe's really good for. I pay for Battlescribe anyway, so I don't get the adverts and stuff. So when I make my list in Battlescribe and it's done, and then if I want to reference something, so if I'm in a game and someone's like, "Oh, what does that unit do?" I use the app because it's like 1,000,000 times faster. Or I'm like, "Oh, what's a good stratagem for this army?" You just type in, I don't know, White Scars, for instance, and it will just list every single White Scars stratagem that you can get.
Yeah. I mean, obviously on the assertion that you're paying the subscription fee to access all that.
Yeah, and it's totally worth it. Like, it's like, what, £4, and I've got access to every single book that Games Workshop's released for 8th edition that is currently relevant now. And the rules. So, like, that's not bad. But then for me and where I work, like, that's completely justifiable. I can understand for someone like Phil, for instance, who only plays 1 or 2 armies, then you don't need all of that information. So then I can understand why people do gripe about the price.
I think.
But do you know if you, for instance, have the free version, and you buy the codecs, the new codexes that come out, would you then be able to put that code into the app and access everything from that codex, or do you still have to pay for it?
Well, I would assume that if you've got the free version, but you're going to then import your purchased copy of a codex, that they then wouldn't, demand that you pay the subscription fee to then access your own information, as it were, because you've purchased that book.
Yeah, it depends though whether the free version gives you just the digital version of that codex. So, and I suspect what might happen is, so say you bought a Tau codex, you scan it in, you get a digital version, like an EPUB version of that codex to look at on your phone instead of carrying around the physical one. But you then don't get any of the quick search functionality, lookup stuff, because that is all the stuff you've got to pay for. But obviously, if you pay for that subscription service, you then will also unlock that army book for all of those quick lookup features. I think that's how
we assume, obviously, is
well, that's sort of what they said. It's the paid version of it, so
So
it would make sense that you only get that when you're paying. It's a bit odd.
I mean,
I know.
Regardless of its functionality, long-term, short-term, immediately, whatever it is, right? I think it is my frustration with the situation with the app. Is that I think it's really interesting in Games Workshop because so many people are willing to make excuses for these guys, but ultimately, I think we all need to accept, and they need to accept, that rolling out the app the way they have is a massive mistake. To have done it the way they've done it is not good, sensible business, because what they've essentially done is they have launched something haphazardly to a low quality benchmark that has already kind of tarnished a lot of people's relationships with this out of the gate. So now they're at this point where they've now got to kind of drudge up this kind of ongoing hill where they've got to change people's perception. But they didn't need to do this. They could have just gone, you know what, guys? We tried really hard. We wanted this to be the thing we wanted it to be at launch, but we couldn't do it because COVID, whatever. We'll be ready to go in October when we release a codex and it's good to go. Because I think that just would have been the sensible, more pragmatic approach. Because right now, people have just had bad experiences with it. And the rollout was terrible. They told people it was available on iTunes when it wasn't. Not iTunes, the App Store for Apple when it wasn't. The functionality was awful. The decision to, take people through to a Google Doc for the rule book or the rules, PDF was a really bad decision, and the rules were full of mistakes. You talk about Battlescribe being full of mistakes. I mean, Battlescribe is a free piece of software that is supported by a community majoritively, unless you pay to support it. But even then, I accept mistakes on Battlescribe, but when I'm being told that my Death Jester has a strength 65 Shuriken cannon or Shrieker cannon, it's like, come on, guys. Like, I mean, it's that thing where it's like, yes, people and small companies and, I would expect those kind of blunders and mistakes from a Games Workshop of 10 years ago. I don't expect it from a Games Workshop of today, especially when they have the sorts of resources and the sorts of money they have access to. There's no excuse for them making shoddy apps in 2020 with the sort of company they are. And then also, the other thing I will say is I get really annoyed, shock horror, with the people who've come out and said, yeah, but you may as well give it a try because they're going to give it to you for free now. It's like, no, they're going to give it to you for a month free on the basis that you pay up front for what is widely acknowledged to be a glass half empty proposition from GW. So you've got to pay them their £4 up front to get a system and a service that is not as fully functional as it needs to be, and then they're going to gift you, magnanimously with a free month in August if you paid for it in July. And it's like, guys, like, you shouldn't charge anything for it at all right now. It should just be free. Like, just do the whole thing for free, because it's awful. And until you make it good, no one should be spending money on this thing, is my opinion. It's rough. Really rough.
But they could have, I guess they could have launched it for free or very cheaply and said, this is a beta, it's like early access, you can have it now but it's not quite finished, but we want your feedback to make it better, tell us how to improve it.
Yeah.
And that simple messaging would have made the world of difference, I think, to the people's perception of what that app should have been, because I think a lot of people had very sort of high expectations and standards of what that app should do. And I think most people have said visually it looks really great, but functionally and it does work very quickly, but just functionally, like, a lot of stuff doesn't make sense. Our caveat with this saying, I haven't got the app. I was going to give it the benefit of the doubt, and I was going to download it, and I was going to pay the money for 1 month to see what it was like. But apparently it doesn't work on my phone, because I've got a phone that's like 5-6 years old, and it's not supported on iOS 12. And weirdly, my phone is cut off on that iOS, so it won't upgrade to 13. I think it's the latest one.
Yeah.
So I can't even use it on my phone. So I'm like, oh, okay, so I can't. So it'll be just Battlescribe for me then until I get a new phone. I've been looking at new phones anyway, just because I think I really need a better camera. For like taking photos of my models and stuff. But yeah, it seems really weird. Like, so Goonhammer did a fantastic review of it where they completely slated it but justified every single point, and things like, so when you look at an army, you look at it per book. So your Space Wolf army isn't just under faction Space Wolves, it's under Codex Space Wolves, FAQ Space Wolves, Psychic Awakening, whatever, Saga of Beast,
Saga of Beast,
and it's broken down like that. It's not all in one place. And what it should be is, you choose your faction, you get all the rules. They can, summarize where those rules come from. So, a data sheet might be in Codex Space Marines, or it might be Codex Space Wolves, or wherever. Like, you need to know the source of where this rule is. But it needs to be presented to the user, in a much more user-friendly manner. And I think that maybe they looked at it in a bit too of a very logical way of, we sell books, we need to replicate the books digitally, as opposed to going, how is it best to present it to the end user? Yeah.
Get the best people, like, go to, I don't know, just any app development company. I mean, they're based in Nottingham in the UK. UK has some of the best software developers in the world. Go to, I don't know, poach people from King or any of those other, like, mobile app developers that are extraordinarily good, because you've got the money. Buy your way out of this problem. Sometimes you just need people who are good at what they do. And in app development, you need people who are good at what they do. And you can have a team of, like, 40k experts overseeing it to make sure functionality is great. But, yeah, spend the money, get the right people, do it properly, roll it out sensibly. It's just a catalogue of errors. And, again, I'm not trying to be rude or horrible here when I sort of say all this stuff. I'm sure the guys working on it are trying their damnedest, and I'm sure they are capable coders, but they're clearly not the best, because they couldn't get it done. The best people would be able to get it done, and that's just a fact. So, yeah, I just think, here's the thing. Games Workshop posted some of the most extraordinarily high financial results. They're one of the biggest retail chains in the UK right now, and the UK is famous for spending a lot of money in the retail sector. So if you're one of the biggest retail companies in the UK, you're a pretty big deal. And I can safely say that if, another big player in UK retail, like a Sainsbury's or a Tesco's or Marks and Spencer's rolled out an application, they wouldn't get, one of their warehouse staff to work on it for them. They would farm it out to an agency and do it properly. And I think that's the interesting thing about GW. They don't spend any money on marketing, except for their internal team of passionate store staff that have been given the opportunity to do community work. So they do know what they call above the line marketing at all. They just literally have retail stores and they do, community work within their own ecosystem, which is really efficient because they're getting people up from, retail management and putting them in these positions and just letting them sink or swim. And then because the brand has built so much kind of strength from the IP over time, there's a certain amount of desire from the fan base to kind of will it along anyway. So they're not spending anything like, say, what Waitrose or Marks and Spencer's or other similar sort of scale UK retailers are spending on advertising every year. And, I just wonder where all this money goes. Do they just sort of, hoard it like Smaug, the old the dragon from The Hobbit? Are they just sat on a pile of gold just hoarding it away? Because they're clearly not putting it into these projects, man. It's abysmal, is my honest assessment of it. But there you go. That's what a naysayer says about it. But it seems like you're quite in the middle, Phil.
Well, I think, to give them credit, I mean, obviously it's a really bad rollout, and whoever made the decision to roll it out in that state, that was the wrong decision.
Yeah.
And I imagine it is a very small team of like 5 people or smaller. They may well have externally recruited for those roles, but we just didn't see the adverts for them because how often are we looking at Games Workshop
next to never, no.
Occasionally, but not a huge amount. So they might have got someone externally, but quite often their recruitment process is to promote people from inside the company. So you might have got a talented amateur or someone who had previously done coding. So you could get a competent person. I'm someone that's worked on teams to do mobile apps before, and I'm a 40k fan, so there's probably more than one of me around, so I can imagine a talented coder and the team can also be 40k fans. And I think obviously the graphics design department is pretty solid in terms of how they designed the UX for that app. I think that's reasonably good. I think they just got the hierarchy wrong in terms of how they're structuring their data and stuff. And I think that will only improve in time because now everyone's got it. They've got the feedback that they initially needed. I think in terms of how to design the app a bit better.
Yeah, I just get annoyed.
It depends on how. What will be interesting is their roadmap. Will they be secretive about that? Will they be quite open about it? They were briefly open about it just because they made such a balls up at the beginning that they had to tell people, don't worry, you're getting free stuff.
They have rolled out their roadmap in terms of what they're going to try and improve over the coming months. And it's a big list of improvements that they're trying to make. But again, these are all things that are being funded by the money that they're basically squeezing out of people for inferior service. It just irks me, mate. It's like, it's half the price of Netflix, right? £4 a month for okay, fair enough, for double the price I can get Netflix for a month. But I mean, that's the sort of quality of service you're up against when you're charging that kind of money. And it's just poor. And the thing is of course they're just going to get away with it because they always get away with it because the community is so forgiving, because we all go back to thinking about what life was like in 6th edition, and if we could get through 6th edition we can get through a dodgy app. But yeah, I just sort of feel like it's that thing where it's like, it's just weird, because I think the problem is the frustrating thing I have is I love this hobby, I love Games Workshop, I think they're a flipping great company. I almost swore there, but I resisted the urge. I think they're a great company. I think they do some amazing work in the community. I think they do amazing work for their employees. I think, the stuff they've been saying about paying back the British government for the furlough schemes and stuff, excellent. Really amazing stuff. But at the same time, I feel like we as a community do need to be vocal about these problems when these problems arise, because we should, for the money we're paying, because we are paying a lot of money, we should accept a certain level of service, right? And I think that's all I'm about. It's like, absolutely up for giving you £4 a month if you're giving me £4 of quality.
I sort of think it should be a bit of a loss leader, and they should just give it away for free, because that the functionality and the benefits that you as a customer get from the app being convenient to build your armies and look up your rules that you still have to buy a codex to get access to makes perfect sense. That the app should just be free and they sort of soak up those development costs. It's like, I don't pay a subscription to Warhammer Community to get the news of Warhammer. That is a free thing that they do, and that vastly benefits their company. And I think doing the same thing for the app would actually be much more beneficial, because then everyone would use it once it sorted out its problems. And, you know, then you would move people away from Battlescribe. And then, you know, people would be like, oh, maybe I'll buy some digital codexes through this app, or maybe I think it will just encourage people to buy more of 40k stuff in general.
Yeah, totally.
Because it just makes the experience of playing and collecting and building army lists so much more enjoyable by having an app that is free and therefore an enjoyable experience.
Yeah, certainly if they want to strongly compete against their main competition in Battlescribe, they should definitely have made it free. Additionally as well, though, right, and again, if I use a video game reference, when the PlayStation 3 launched, PlayStation Network was totally free. It was like one of their USPs early door. They were like, right, Xbox, you got to pay for Xbox Live. That's however much it was a month. It was like £50 a year, right, Joe? Something like that for Xbox Live back in the day?
Yeah, so I think it was like, I want to say it was £36 for a year.
There you go.
Yeah.
But the point is, right, is like Xbox Live did offer a real quality gaming service. Everyone will agree that Xbox Live was a better quality of service than the PlayStation Network was at first. But the thing was with PlayStation Network was it was totally free, so you were like, cool, that's fair enough. But then when PlayStation Network introduced the notion of PlayStation Plus, which was essentially the only way that you could, initially they were like, right, cool, we're going to start charging you for online gameplay now, but we've introduced this service, we've given you years of free, content within this, but to sweeten the deal, now that you're getting PlayStation Plus to gain your online gaming, we're going to throw in a couple free games every month. You get like a library of games that you're constantly updating for free, so every month we're going to chuck you a nice freebie. You get extra discounts on our store. You get access to exclusive items. Like they did stuff to sweeten the deal. And in a way, I kind of feel like that's the sort of service this app should have been. It should have been free at first, and there should have been a roadmap that's like, cool, once we've, saturated the market, got this in the hands of a lot of users, then we reveal the premium product, and then we start to nickel and dime people, in the way that they are with this app. But the thing is, initially, they just rolled it out poorly. And I just think, again, it's one of those things that it's just a shame, really, because I think like they could have definitely... I think the launch of 9th edition has been pretty universally great. I think everything about 9th as a box set with Indomitors has been cool. I think the rules, as they are cool. Obviously, as you heard in the last episode, I'm not mad keen on the new missions, but I'm getting used to them more and more and more. But yeah, it's just that thing where it's just a little blemish on an otherwise really, really great production, I suppose, in the form of 9th edition. And they didn't need to do it. They could have just been sensible. But again, you can blame it on COVID. You can blame it on, over-optimistic views of how these things work. And obviously, it's really simple for me to assert that the people working on it clearly weren't good enough. But you have to come to a point where you can only deal with what the reality of the situation is. I appreciate everyone's got an ego and people feel certain ways about certain things. At the end of the day, you measure these things by results. And as far as I can see, that app is pretty poor. But yeah, I bought it. I mean, literally, to be clear, I've got it. I've downloaded it. I've paid my monthly thing. And then as soon as Battlescribe updated with 9th edition rules, last week, whenever it was, I haven't looked back. I've just gone, cool, moving on onto 9th edition, onto Battlescribe. I'm not using the Warhammer app at all, but I am paying for it. So I suppose, well done, GW. You win. But I've only done that because I do this. Basically, that's the only reason I've got it, is because I do a podcast about this stuff. And I will not be renewing my subscription anytime soon.
I think the app is really, really good. I'm probably going to keep paying for the app. Just because I'm not writing a huge amount of lists at the moment. But say, for instance, you're at an event and your opponent's like, or you've got like an opponent who's like, oh, like my thing does this, and you're like, well, I'm pretty sure it doesn't. And they're like, and you're like, do you have the codex? And they're like, no. And I'm like, fine. Well, I can't bother to go create a whole new army, go find this unit on Battlescribe. I'll just type its name in onto the app. Bosh, it's there. Or if, for instance, you're like me and you go to the loo and then you write an army list, it's a lot quicker to find out information about a unit and what stratagems it has. Because a lot of the time you'll write an army list and then you'll be like, oh, I don't know what I can use with this army to kind of make it cohesive. And the app is really good for that. Like today, I was looking at Black Legion, and I don't have the books, but I do have all of the books on the app. So I can immediately see what stratagems they have access to, what warlord traits they've got, what all the units have. And I could kind of start to build an idea in my head. Whereas on Battlescribe, you can't do that at all.
I do take that point. I think the two in concert are quite. There is a relative balance. I just think, as I say, it's just functionally.
Yeah, it's a weird one because the app fills all the gaps that Battlescribe doesn't have.
Yeah.
And it's kind of like, I imagine once the army building section of the GW app comes in.
Yeah.
As long as it's good, then I think I will probably just ditch off Battlescribe altogether. And it's sad because obviously I've used Battlescribe for years and I've always paid for the support on it kind of stuff. But I think once GW kind of gets their bum in gear and actually gets it all up to scratch, it will be good and it will be a good product. But I can understand a lot of people's frustrations with it early days.
I mean, it crashes a lot still.
I haven't had any crashes on it yet. The only thing I didn't like about the app was that you don't sign up for the subscription through Google Play.
Yeah.
You have to sign up through their website. There's like a specific, so because like with the Age of Sigmar app, I discovered about a month ago that I've actually been paying 99p a month for it for like the last like year and a half, and I've never used it. I was like, well, I'm paying for it. I'll go check it out. And the army builder on that's really, really good. But that's only because there's less micromanagement in your armies. It's just add 10 models, add 10 models, add a character, add 10 models. This character is the same amount of points, regardless of what weapon.
But isn't that the craziest thing, though, Joe? When they have an Age of Sigmar app that's actually functional and good, that they muck this up as much as they did.
Yeah, but then it's been around for a while.
A lot more complicated.
Yeah, and like they've got an army builder on their website for
40k, 8th edition.
8th edition. It's only power level,
which is
but they
awful as well, though, right? I mean, that was terrible.
But then they had a half decent kill team one.
Was that good? I never used the kill team one. Was that good?
That was actually quite good. It was a bit complicated in how you used it, but once you figured it out, it was not bad. So, but once they kind of get it all their ducks in a line, it should be quite functional. I just hope that it maintains its speed, because that was the thing. Like with obviously Battlescribe has got better because they've broken down the Space Marines into different subsections for army list creation. But when it was all together, like you'd have to wait minutes.
Yeah. It chugged
for
on
it.
my phone.
Yeah, so like you could start up Battlescribe and it'd be fine, and then you'd click on Build Space Marine list, or you'd try and click on a list that you've already created, and if it didn't crash, it would take 5 to 10 minutes to load it up. At which point, it's like I could have gone and found my codex by now.
Yeah.
So, no, I think it's still early days. And I don't want to make excuses for Games Workshops because they kind of have dropped the ball on it. And COVID was the perfect time to hire a decent team and get an app created because they've got nothing else to do.
Mm.
And there is that feeling of it being rushed and not double checked, but then how many unit entries and weapon entries are there in the game to check over, plus stratagems? I don't mind the fact that
I found really weird about that is, why is it not being automatically pulled in from a database? I mean, that obviously requires work in itself that you then put into the print stuff of the codexes. But like, so what the famous one that everyone was talking about was the
Harlequins one.
No, it was one of the character names was wrong in a stratagem.
Oh, yeah. Alfarius.
Yes, but it was Alfarius. And it's like, surely you've just copy and pasted that from your digital codex. Like, how have you hand typed this in? I get that maybe with the, a stat or something for like the profiles, but a stratagem. Surely you're just copying and pasting that word from somewhere else.
That might have been an autocorrect issue, where like the computer's like, no, I'm not having this.
I mean, it really shouldn't be, because you're not copying that into a Word document. You're copying it into like a text file or a database.
But it's all going into Google Docs, isn't it, or something like that? And that's how they maintain how quick it is, because it's just going to it's transferring you to a picture kind of thing, which I don't mind, because if that's the quickest way of doing it, then I'm happy, as long as it gets me the information I need. But it's one of those, like, it'll do.
It'll do. Great. For £4 a month, it'll do.
Like, I don't smoke I sometimes do, but not all the time.
What a beautiful statement.
But it's like, I'm not buying cigarettes anymore, so I'm not that.
Unless you are.
Unless it's been a long, stressful day.
Are you saying that this is your new addiction?
No, but it's one of those, like...
Are you saying this is as bad for you as cigarettes?
No, it's like one of those, like, I'm as modern people with jobs kind of thing.
Yeah.
£4 is not a huge amount.
That is true.
Kind of like, if you're not... no one's going to Costa every day of the week anymore to buy coffee.
I mean, some people could be.
Some people could be, and all the power to you. I don't like the taste of Costa. I like Nescafé out of the
red jar.
Yeah, or I tell you what, Greg's coffee is the best coffee that you can buy.
I'll tell you what, I don't know, it might make me sound really posh, but the best coffee was one I had at the Bulgari Hotel in London one time. That's good stuff. So we've got this coffee at work, and it's like this fine powder coffee, and it just makes me feel like that's the stuff that's left over after granules have been taken out. They just sweep that off of the floor. It's just like coffee dust. Like, I'm convinced that's like not proper coffee. That's just leftovers that they just try and pass off. I used to, as a young child, I used to enjoy a 8.6% lager called Bavaria. And, and that was our assertion that was the same sort of thing, that they would make Bavaria out of, assorted... what's it called when you go around, like, scooping up, like, the dregs of pints?
Minesweeping.
Yeah, so we would assume they minesweeped, like, an entire pub's worth of drinks and then just mixed it with some vodka, because it always tasted different.
But yeah, it's just one of those, like, it's not hard to find. It's not like someone's gone, like, it's a tenner. Like, if it was a tenner, I think that was the biggest surprise. The biggest issue it had out of the gate was that everyone just kind of assumed it'd be 99p, like the Age of Sigmar app.
Yeah.
And like, it's on the right side of £5, but it's still a bit of like, oh, I wasn't expecting that.
Yeah, but that's like GW through and through, right? It's like when you go to their Warhammer World exhibition, you go, oh, how much will it be to get into an exhibition at Warhammer World? Well, realistically, you would imagine a £5, and you get there and you go £7.50, and you're like, oh yeah, Games Workshop, woo!
Yeah, but it's like, the thing is though, we go there, we're quite we're quite lucky in the sense that we go there 4 or 5 times a year,
At least we
maybe
used to.
more. We used to. Whereas a lot of people have never been to Warhammer World, or some people might go once a year for their birthday, and then that £7.50 is justifiable.
That's fair enough. That's a fair point.
But it's like, yeah. But the thing is that we all, at the moment, we all subscribe to. Well, there's 1 person in 10 people subscribe to Netflix, and then there's like we all subscribe to Amazon. We all subscribe to like Disney Plus or whatever.
Yeah.
And then so we've all got these subscriptions, and then some people might subscribe to like Tabletop Tactics and stuff like that. So when you are asked on top to go another £4, please, for another subscription, that you could almost justify that you need to do the hobby.
Yeah.
It then becomes a bit much. If it was 99p, £2, I think a lot of people wouldn't have been rubbed up the wrong way.
Yeah, I think if it was 99p, you could probably see yourself around to it. But I mean, even then, it's still my frustration. Not necessarily is aimed at the price, although I did make that a fair point there. But my frustration is more just that it's just broken, and it was just a bit rubbish at first. I mean, it took me. So when they launched it took me a day to get into it because of the whole registration system, which was just a bit messy, and then all it did was crash a bunch, and then I was like, fair enough. And then obviously the one USP, the reason why people are willing to pay the £4 is they get every book. But obviously I'm a lunatic and I already own every book, so it's like, so I don't even know why I've done it. It's just like, it's like. Can I also say, Joe, because you mentioned a Black Legion army there.
Yeah.
How done over are they? Because obviously now you can't, in competitive play, use any of their specialist attachments, which is the only thing that makes them viable.
I know, because I kind of went on, because I was originally saying like, how do we deal with a problem called Custodes? And I was like, they out obsec everyone. And then I was like, click my fingers, and I was like, Black Legion, because I was like, I'm pretty sure I read somewhere that their entire army of infantry and bikers and dreadnoughts get obsec, because I was like 30 Terminators, boom. Turns out that was a specialist visualist attachment.
Oh, gosh darn it.
However, the Black Legion rules that they have in that book, which are not detachments, they have a stratagem, whereas if they're within 3 inches of a unit, another enemy, 3 inches of an enemy unit that's on the same objective as them, and it's 1 CP, you turn off that unit's special ability to secure that objective.
Ooh.
And based on numbers only, whoever has the most.
That's quite tasty.
So you could be like, cool, I've got 10 models, you've got 6, I now have more than you, and you're no longer obsec.
Sexy.
And they also have another stratagem, which I quite like, which is really, really good for holding objectives, is if you outnumber your opponent, you get +1 attack. So you could charge into an enemy unit with a unit of like Terminators. I think Lightning Claws are the best option for Chaos Terminators now. Is that you get 2 attacks for being a Terminator, +1 for charging for being...
+1 for charging for being
that stratagem gives you a Space Marine.
Oh, yes.
So that gives you 4 attacks. Because you're Black Legion, you can get if Abaddon's nearby, you can get your Death to the Forge Emperor goes off on 5s, and if you give them the Banner of Excess, if they're Slanesh, then it can go off on 4s. So you're getting all of the attacks, and they've got another stratagem where if the unit that's closest to an enemy unit, it's called Tip of the Spear. For an enemy unit that's closest to another enemy unit, they get to re-roll 1s to hit. And they've got another one which gives a unit re-roll all the hits. So if you're, for instance, going up against Custodes or Space Marines or whatever, which are normally aggressors, you can get re-rolling hits or re-rolling hits because Abaddon, and then if you give the entire unit Lightning Claws, you're potentially going to be getting 5 attacks per model, and then you're re-rolling to wound on top.
Crikey.
At -2, 1 damage. So I think they can do a serious amount of damage.
Yeah, that seems pretty reasonable.
Yeah, and then obviously you take something like a sorcerer for Death Hex, because they Black Legion also have a stratagem where if you have Abaddon or a Chaos Lord on the table, you can pick a sorcerer and a the Chaos Chaplain guy, and you can give them a Warlord trait each as well. So I was like, oh, I'll take a Terminator sorcerer and a Dark Apostle. That's what they're called.
Yeah.
So you give the Dark Apostle the Warlord trait, which allows you to fall out of combat and still charge.
Yeah, that's pretty solid.
Trait, and then you take the sorcerer ability, which allows him to like get an extra psychic power, I think is one of them.
Yeah.
And then you also get they've got a Relic Stormbolter. Because he's in Terminator, he always shoots the maximum amount of shots. It's strength 5, -3, 2 damage. But if you shoot at an Imperium unit, it becomes damage 3.
Yeah, that's pretty tasty.
Yeah, so he just runs around the board, just gunning down aggressors and custodies wherever he goes.
But also, Joe, just to say, for not very many points at all, though, you can still take 12 units of Tyranid Warriors.
You can do, yes.
In fact, actually, technically, so in a 2,000 point army, you could take 18 units of Tyranid Warriors.
Of 3.
Of 3, yeah. I mean, what do you do about that in an OBSEC game?
I don't know.
10 Lehman Russes with OBSEC.
Well, yeah, maybe, but even then, though, man, like,
well,
honestly,
your Lehman Russers only count as 1.
No, I know that is somewhat problematic, but I think they've got the firepower to mow down them.
Mate, I don't know if you do though, because 18 units is a lot of people to chew through when they're toughness 4 free wounds.
Yeah, I think they're free wounds.
I honestly, and they don't suffer any morale, and you can deploy them in a line because they're 3-man units. Yeah, sure, they've only got a 4-up save, but just Tyranid Warrior spam. That's the way forwards, mate.
Nice.
Because what is a Custodian's going to do against Tyranid Warriors? Yeah, sure, cut his way through them, but not all of them. He hasn't got that many attacks, and also it's about what units you can engage.
Yeah.
It's just, yeah. Honestly, I mean, mass bodies, Tyranid Warriors are still, because they're a troop choice. They are, and they're completely fearless. And also, when you get in a fight with them, they're actually pretty scary because they've got quite a decent amount of attacks. So I don't know. Tyranid Warriors have got a bit of a soft spot for me at the moment, or I've got a bit of a soft spot for them, as it were. I just don't want to buy, 100 Tyranid Warriors.
No, I don't think anyone does. They're well expensive. They're nearly like they're over 10 quid a model, essentially.
Yeah. It's a very pricey army, and as you were saying, Joe, a while ago, you just don't know if they're actually going to be good.
No, like. They are. It is good that they are all fearless.
Yeah.
And they're 20-something, 24-ish points a model, I think.
Yeah.
But they're toughness 5, toughness 4, 3 wound.
Yeah.
So the toughness 4, 3 up with a 4-up save.
Yeah.
So they're just going to get blown away by a lot of stuff, which is a problem. The fact that they have 3 wounds is a bit of a saving grace for them.
Yeah.
But then, like you said before, aggressors will just mow them down.
That is true.
One unit of aggressors can outflank you, and you go, cool, I've got 5 aggressors. Each aggressor is going to shoot 1 squad of 3, and they'll all be dead.
It's true. And then also as well, obviously getting their 54 Tyranid Warrior models into your deployment zone and so on, it's probably not going to be easy sometimes.
Oh god, no! You will have to outflank a couple of those units.
Yeah. Anyway, there you go, guys. So there we are. That's us talking about Warhammer 40,000 again. What a treat for everyone involved. if you're interested or would like to, obviously we have a Facebook page where we, don't really do very much of anything, so probably don't pay too much attention to that. There is an Instagram where Richie diligently updates us on things that are going on in Warhammer 40,000 and responds to questions, as does myself and Phil. Not Joe, because he's too important now. And then lastly... Oh, sorry, Joe.
No, that was me laughing.
That was you laughing. Cackling to yourself. And then lastly, obviously, please consider giving us a 5-star review, subscribing to our YouTube channel, doing all that lovely stuff, because it does sort of help us out. And I don't normally kind of phrase it that way, because I tend to, try and play it cool, but, be nice to see more people getting involved and, following and doing things and sharing and all that good stuff, because it makes us feel extra special, which is ultimately the only reason why we do this nonsense. So, there you go, guys. That's the end of episode 56. We hope you enjoyed. Goodbye, everybody. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.